Doot, 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 doot. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Hello, welcome to the stream, everybody. Hi, I hope everything is good for you. Ah, I see that there's some Bill Cipher quotes currently being offered up by Nova. Several of them, in fact. Universe is a hologram. Buy gold, buy! Highs. Yay. Ah! Phoenix. God. Why? You learned happy birthday on the sax for nothing. I mean, look, you can play happy birthday for a lot of other people. It's fine. I don't know. Like, it's interesting. Like, I'm kind of like, I'm in a place where, like, I'm not. Ow. What? Jesus. Guys. I just got here. Hi. Thanks for the can. What? Okay. No, I was like, you know, like, I don't know. It's kind of one of those. You know, I get sad the fact that I can't really, like, celebrate my birthday on the internet, and people don't really know when my birthday is. Cause yeah, look, it's kind of cool that you know, like, why is no? Hey, don't worry. Pay no attention to any sort of toaster. Hey, I don't even think a toaster exists on this screen. Okay, like, I think you're just hallucinating. Okay, just keep your eyes on the bit. Pay no attention to any kind of toaster. Got it? Hey, okay, we got it. We good? I can respect keeping personal information anonymous. Yeah, it was kind of it. Well, it's like the more things you throw on the internet for like people to find out, the more that people can like link things together and eventually like, you know, build an entire network of information about you. And in this current era of the internet where everything seems to be like there's just so much shit with like, we want all of your information. We would like to skim over, like, you know, just like, we would like your ID. We would like your face scan. We would like your like next of kin. Like, I'm just not really. I've always had a problem when it comes to handing way too much information about yourself on the internet. So for me, like, any tiny little morsels of information about me IRL that I can keep to myself, I would prefer. There are a handful of people that like I know personally that do know what my my birthday is, but it's very sparing, and I really crossed my fingers that they will like keep that to themselves. But what we will see, we will see. I tentatively say that my birthday is kind of December 27th because that's the birthday of the stream. You know, like that's good enough for me. If you have to have a birthday for me, make it that. Just because that's the day for celebration anyway. So there we go. I mean, I'm gonna enter the stream chat over in my server here, and make sure that I got the proper mic on. Yeah, it appears so. Okay, we're good. Okay. Oh, but yeah, no, there's a lot of nasty stuff going on when it comes to like, you know, ID related things. I've recently heard that like there is some laws that are currently trying to be passed in state not too far from me that like it is basically the whole like platforms are required to have photo ID or face scan of your face to identify whether or not you are old enough to enjoy like anything like mature in nature on the internet. And I don't know, it's just, it bothers me. Like it genuinely does, because ultimately I've ranted about this before. It's not gonna solve the problem. It's not gonna protect children. The only thing it does is it like sets us up for a surveillance state where we're handing all our information over without really asking any questions about it. And like on top of that, here's the part that really bothers me. The thing that worries me is that they set it up so that like if you have anything, oh, Phoenix White Gaming is following. Thank you. Sorry, I'm in a little bit of a rant here. What an awkward time. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. No, the thing that bothers me the most about this age verification stuff and having things like locked behind age verification is the fact that like, you know, they say that you need to have age verification for things that are of adult in nature. And my first thought is, I've seen quite a few congressmen that have tried to pitch the idea or the narrative that anything involved with LGBTQ causes is adult in nature by standard. That's where I'm having problems. Like, because it seems to me like this is just an attempt to try and clamp down on discussions of like LGBTQ causes. That's what I think. I think that's where we're headed with it. I think that's mainly the thing that they're going to benefit from later on down the line. On top of the fact that there's going to be a bunch of like surveillance related stuff put into place. So yeah, I don't believe them in any way, shape, or form, and I'm definitely not planning on handing my ID to anybody. Full stop. Like, no. I don't need to hand over my ID just so I can enjoy a thing on the internet. Like, nuts to that. Go away. But no, that has been weighing pretty heavy on my mind as of recently. It's just like, I grew up with so many things on the internet, and they're just... big people in big houses are fucking it over for everybody, I swear to God. But I don't want to fixate on negative thoughts too much here. I do want to move on to some more positive ones. One of them being, I just recently got myself a new box set of fun stuff that I am currently working on ripping and putting onto my computer. Yay. You know, we do these watch party things, which, by the way, the next watch party, I made the announcement of what that's going to be. Back to the Future. And it appears that if the poll is correct, yeah, currently we have 9 votes that are saying February 24th on Tuesday. There's 7 that say Friday, February 27th. And also the votes are like massively split between 2 completely separate parties, which is kind of bothering me a little bit. It almost makes me want to go ahead and just do 2 watch parties possibly, because like, goddamn. And I mean, you know, Back to the Future is one of those movies that I can watch twice in a row and I'd be happy with it. So, you know, I might. Why 6-7 hand movement? This hand movement I've done for years, okay? I'm not... Just because a bunch of people co-opted it as a meme doesn't mean that I have to stop using it. Nuts to that. Fuck it. I never saw Back to the Future before. Ooh, alright. Well, I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you get a kick out of it. What about Back to the Future Part 2? Funny enough, Back to the Future Part 2 is my favorite out of the bunch. I'm not going to go into detail about what, just so that I don't spoil what exactly takes place during it. But, yeah, we are going to be watching Back to the Future Part 2. Though, I might put a little bit of space between Back to the Future 1 and Back to the Future 2. Just because... I think I've talked about this on the stream before, but, like, I'll be honest. All 3 of the Back to the Future movies, if you really think about it, like, from a content standpoint, they're all basically the same film. It really is. Like, all right, this doesn't get into spoiler territory, but like, you know, Marty McFly, Dr. Emmett Brown, Dr. Brown made a time machine. The time machine takes a trip to a certain time period. Shenanigans ensue. Then a bunch of shenanigans need to be reversed. And then they have to, like, fix the space-time continuum and get back to your primary time. You know, it's just, it's basically the same shit every single time, except, you know, the flavor text and all of, like, the elements surrounding it is just a little bit different. Like, it's kind of the same film 3 times. So, yeah, I'm gonna hold off on doing Back to the Future Part 2 for a little while. I don't know for how long, but I don't know. We will see. BB No Money did that hand motion in La La La, which released on June 7th. Hey, okay. So, BB No Money is kind of like on the ball with that one. In general, there's very few like hand gestures that I can actively do with this particular hand tracking. Like, well, and it just so happens that 6-7 is one of them. Do you also want to do a watch of part 3 spaced out because the others, of course? Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll be watching all 3 of the Back to the Future movies for sure. As well as also at some point I do want to check out the Back to the Future park ride recreation that exists, that like I have on my Blu-ray set, which is like really nice and really cool. I'm looking forward to it, man. Like Back to the Future is one of my favorite freaking franchises of all time. I'm such a nerd for it. What about the musical? Actually, funny enough, never seen the musical, and I think I should probably change that at some point here. Maybe one day. I don't have direct access to any sort of like physical media with the musical, but I mean, the musical might be uploaded to YouTube. I don't know. I'll think about that. That's not a bad idea. But it's just funny to think that there's a musical. Also, at some point, I have got to figure out what I want to do about playing Back to the Future, the game, which I have not played that game ever. I've only seen like previews and like video footage of like what the game play was. And I really badly want to take a look at that because like it was an old Telltale franchise thing and it was a really neat concept. I would love to get an idea for like I just like to play it, you know? He's just like I'm a Back to the Future fan and I haven't played that. I feel like it's about due time that I do that. But yeah. So yeah, this is the plan. I will very likely be doing Back to the Future on Tuesday. Phoenix will not be involved. You've been banned. I'm kidding. Anyway. Right. Back to the Future will be happening at least on Tuesday. If I'm feeling saucy, maybe I'll also do it on Friday. I don't know. I'll think about it. But anyway, back to what I was talking about before, though. So I just recently got a box set of a particular series that I am trying to rip and put onto my computer so that I have it digitally, because that's just how I enjoy my physical media. Not physical. It's weird. Can't believe... Wait, I can't be involved anyway because my Discord is still messed up. Oh, yeah, that's right. We've talked about that several times. Dang. Best of luck with that. Anyway, so I'm in the middle of currently ripping the Blu-rays that I've just recently picked up from this box set series that at some point when I am feeling brave enough, we're going to go and jump into it and watch it. But it's like a very, very long series though, so it would be quite the undertaking. We might have to take like several breaks in between like certain chapters, so to speak, for us to like get through it. So yeah, I don't know, but so I'm in the middle of doing these rips, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be super cool and super chill. I'll just put the disc in, it'll rip all the files, and then I'll sift on through them, and I'll get it done, like lickety split. Well, one of the discs, for some very stupid reason, is having problems. Specifically, I like at random intervals, it just like stops, or like it errors out on certain video files that it tries to save, and I'm not entirely sure why it was doing that. I determined that it was doing it on kind of random. I think it might have had something to do with maybe the Blu-ray player's hardware, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure. But it's weird because like it was working with the other discs that I was putting into the player, so I'm not entirely sure why. But what I ended up doing was just I continued to reread the disc several times until eventually I sort of brute forced my way through it. So, good news, before we started the stream today, I did get all the files off of disc 2. So we're good. Now, unfortunately, there is 7 discs left in that box set. And spoilers, there's a secondary box set that came with the box set, and there's probably like 9 more discs in that one too. I wasn't kidding when I said that, like, this is a very long-running series, so, like, yeah, it's gonna be a while. Here's another hint for what it could be. Originally, when it was created, it was only created in 4:3 standard definition, which, like, you know, they have never released it in widescreen, and I kind of wish they did. I'd love to see a full-ass remaster of the entire thing, but unfortunately that doesn't exist. So at the moment, what we're watching is just like a 4:3 version of the video, which is funny because it's been released on Blu-ray. So all they did was they took a bunch of like 4:3 standard resolution stuff and just blew it up so that it fits on an HD screen. I don't know why they did that. It just seems kind of silly, and I feel like they could have possibly saved a little bit on space. But who knows? I don't know. I actually... Angel Hair. What the heck is Angel Hair? I'm not 110% certain. Ever thought about doing Analog Horror Community Night? No, not really. I mean, for me, I'm not much into horror in and of itself. I've talked about this before, but I am a... I have, like, absolute massive anxiety. Like, horror doesn't sit well with me. Not really. I'll be a weenie. I'll admit it. So for me, I'm just like, I don't find being scared or uncomfortable fun. I don't. Like, okay, suspenseful scenes in movies, cool, but that's about as far as I'll go. Like, I don't like that. The scariness and the unsettlingness and the, like, discomfort of horror films, especially, like, in any capacity, it just, like, it gets my anxiety and my, like, no, it gets the adrenaline pumping, and I don't like the adrenaline pumping. I like being a little bit more mellow than that. Or if I have to have adrenaline pumping, I want it to be from a positive thing, you know? That's what I prefer. So I'm not massively into horror in general, so I very likely won't be doing anything horror related for the watch parties, unless it's something goofy. I have thought about, like, possibly doing some things related to Halloween type of stuff during Halloween. You know, like basically sort of like the Fisher Price, like, spooky. You know, like watching Hocus Pocus or some shit. Angel Hair is weirdly wholesome? Oh, weird. Cries in Horror Fanatic. Oh, I'm sorry, Spooky. He should watch Pumpkin Rabbit. I don't know what that is. I do know that there is one thing that I'm going to be watching. Almost like, I can guarantee you we will probably be watching it during the fall season. And it is something that is more like it's sort of Halloween core, but it really is more of just like fall core. And it's definitely, it is a cult classic, and people really love it, especially around that time of year. You could probably guess as to what it is based on the kind of stuff that I watch during watch parties. But let's just say that I have already put down a pre-order for it, and I'm looking forward to having it show up in the mail. Which it should be showing up around, like, I think April or May, somewhere around there. I don't remember, but, like, pre-orders have been open for a little while. In fact, I just recently got a notification that pre-orders have just started over on Amazon. I trust Amazon 0%, so I didn't buy it from them. FA says, over the garden wall? Maybe. You'll just have to see. We should get him to watch Dr. Nowhere. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Over the Garden Wall and Coraline are fantastic pieces of media. You know, actually, I've seen, like, little bits and pieces of Coraline, but I've never sat down and actively watched it. Though, a good Tim Burton sort of film, like, especially the stop motion variety, I think that'd be freaking neat. Dude, Nightmare Before Christmas? I think like that would be really fun to watch. Watch the stream of voice actor playing Poppy Playtime Chapter 3. I ended up smacking my head against my bed's headrest in the Miss Delight jump scare part. Ooh, sorry to hear about that. Ooh. I'm not a horror game person either. Yeah. Well, I'm not a horror game person much at all. I remember there was one time when I played Poppy Playtime Chapter 1 for Snatcher Plays. And, you know, that was when I was like, this looks like a really interesting concept. I think this would be kind of a fun thing. Then, not too long after that, the Poppy Playtime devs opened up sales for NFTs. And I noped out of there. And I don't know what their opinions on NFTs are now, but I don't know. I kind of use NFTs as a litmus test. Like, if a big company ended up making NFTs, you know, I'm kind of less frustrated about that one. It's kind of one of those like, okay, so you're telling me the big expensive corporation tried to like jump on the bandwagon of like trying to make a whole bunch of money off of NFTs? Yeah, okay, not shocked. I have more of a heavy standard on like small indies and smaller companies that decide to jump on NFTs. Like if you were a smaller group or a smaller company and you tried to do the whole NFT thing, I use that as my signal that like I should never interact with whatever you do from here on out. Basically. So for me, like Poppy Playtime, I've kind of shut the door on that. Even though a lot of people say that they're doing some really cool stuff, and a lot of people are like, you know, really die hard with the franchise. Sorry, I shut the door. I'm not doing any more with it, unfortunately. Were those devs the new ones or the old ones that got fired? I think those were the old ones. Really? I have been like out of the loop with them for a while. I wasn't even aware that like new and old devs even traded hands. Who knows? You've never seen Coraline? Not entirely, no. We should watch One Punch Man Season 3. You know, it's interesting. I'm not much of a massive fan of anime. We will be watching some kind of anime during our watch parties at some point. And this is entirely just a whole lot of bullshit coming out of my mouth here. But I do remember hearing something from like some anime lovers that they said that One Punch Man Season 1 was like incredibly good, hit really hard, and like the visuals and the animation and the fight scenes were absolutely incredible. And then after Season 1, they traded hands with like a different animation studio, and like they changed up on the writing, and they say that like One Punch Man kind of fell off after that. That being said, I don't know. I have no opinion on that. Not entirely sure. Regardless, I'm not massively interested in watching One Punch Man anyway, so probably wouldn't. I don't know what you're talking. Do not pay any attention to random toasters on the stream. Okay? You're here to watch me, not some toaster hussy. How dare you? Oh, Virgil said, no, it's not from it's good standpoint. It's from a this is actually garbage standpoint. Oh, okay. Well, then I'd have to be a massive fan of the like One Punch Man franchise in general then. So FBay is asking what a toaster is. I mean, good question. I don't even know. Like, what is this confounded contraption you're talking about? What is it, toast? You've only said that it is a toaster of some kind. No, Sun God, again. What are we referring to when we talk about this toaster? Mascot horror game, wait, that makes it up as it goes along. Boy, howdy, that seems to be like a heck of a lot of the mascot horror games that we see nowadays, right? That just seems to be entirely what it is. It's just like, we're just gonna put a bunch of spooky stuff on the screen and we'll figure it out when we get there. The progenitor was Five Nights at Freddy's, and everyone else has tried to replicate that exact same success to, like, varying degrees. Not even a fan. The animation is just PNGs getting dragged around a Google slide. Really? That sounds terrible. I love that. That's bad. I love that. I love how jank that sounds. Anyway, no, like I said, we got some anime that I've got lined up here. I literally did go and pick up a Blu-ray box set of one particular anime that I remember watching way back in the day, and it was kind of a guilty pleasure back then, where I was just like, oh, I don't want people to know that I like this. Oh no. But then, as time has moved on, and as, like, you know, we've all kind of settled into knowing, like, what the classics are. I feel like there's a lot of people that have taken a look back at this franchise and were just like, hey, you know what? That was based as hell. That was actually really, really good. Like, you know, a lot of people made fun of it for certain things, but at the end of the day, like, they're kind of like the quintessential of whatever it is that they were currently making at the time. And now they have a bunch of imitators that try to replicate what they did and just can't do it quite the same. So, I don't know if that gives you guys any particular hints or anything. We talked about it previously on another stream, so. Ow. The Amazing Bulk. That sounds like it doesn't exist. The Amazing Bulk just sounds like a bargain bin, like, movie of, like, the Incredible Hulk that is trying, you know, like, made by the Asylum. Asylum Interactive. Frankenweenie is a stop-motion Tim Burton movie. I remember that, yeah. He lost his beloved dog and brought it back to life, Frankenstein style. Yeah, I remember that. Look it up, it's real. Yeah, sure, why not? The Amazing Bulk. Let's see. Keyboard. There's a trailer for it and everything. That looks very Hulkish. Jesus. Don't get mad, get purple. What the fuck? Who are you? Very intrigued. Remember hearing about this movie from old videos covering it. This looks like it would be perfect for, yeah, covering and whatnot. Oh, it is actually on Plex. That's kind of neat. Very curious. What genre is this film? Let me see. Oh, adult animation, computer animation, farce, parody, quirky comedy. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. So it looks like the Hulk, except silly. I thought of that Darkwing Duck episode. It looks kind of neat. Would I be interested in watching it? I don't know. Right now, I'm kind of sticking to a lot of, like, the classics. When did this come out? That's what I want to know. Oh, this came out in 2012. Oh, been a while. Oh, man. It hurts my brain to think that 2012 is over 10 years old. Oh, my bones! The Velocipaster? Virgil, what kind of movie? Where have you been hanging out? Recently started watching Venture Bros. Ooh. I have never seen I've never seen Venture Bros, but I have seen some clips, and it make me laugh every time I see clips. Oh, hey, the poll has concluded. Yeah. Tuesday is when we got Back to the Future lined up. Oh, God, do I want to watch Back to the Future 2 times in a row in a week? Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. I'll have to think about that. Depends on how busy I am during the week. About a plaster that goes to Japan to find ninjas and learns he can turn them into velociraptor. Wait, into a velociraptor. What in the heck? Oh, I actually wait. I didn't check on something. I'm curious. What's the? Virgil, you are setting us up for failure. I just took a look at the IMDb rating. 1.7 out of 10? Virgil! No! Good lord! Like, I'm not saying that everything we have to watch is like, you know, some super amazing feat of cinematography or anything like that, but I do think that, like, we gotta aim our sights a little higher than that. Just a little bit. There's 3 Velocipastors. Like, the next thing you're gonna do is you're gonna tell me to go watch the freaking, like, you know, like Sharknado movies. Jesus. Which, fun fact, actually, my mom is actually a massive fan of Sharknado, like, unironically. I'm not even kidding. She watched the first one, and, like, she loved the ever-loving hell out of it, mostly because, like, she's a big fan of, like, you know, tragedy and, like, you know, like, apocalypse level type of movies. And so, when she saw the first one, well, and she also likes comedies as well, and she watched it and she was just like, oh wow, this is awful. I love it. And then it, like, you know, Sharknado ended up getting a little bit of a following just from the stupidity of the name itself and, like, the concept itself. And then they made sequels. And for every single sequel, because they suddenly got a budget, thanks to the fact that, like, people were actually watching the film, they started bringing in a bunch of, like, celebrity cameos. And then that was the drive to, you know, get people into the seats. Was like, hey, it's Sharknado, except it's got such and such actor that you've, like, seen in the past. You know, that kind of thing. And, you know, my mom was all for it because she was just like, oh my god, you'll never guess what B actor they got to be in Sharknado. And I'm just like, good for you, Mom. Good for you. I'm happy for her. You know what? She found something she likes. I'm not gonna put up too much of a stink about it. All toast is toast. Watch the Sharknado movie where they travel through time. You know what? I can appreciate, like, the stupidity of that, you know? Like, sometimes you gotta look at, like, you know, there are some movies out there that I will watch despite the fact that they are awful. Okay? Like, I'm trying to remember what was one movie that I remember seeing that I was just like, oh god in heaven, why would I do this to myself? What the fuck? Here, let me pull up what's on my list of movies that I need to get. See, the problem is all these movies that I have listed on here are, like, certified bangers. That's the problem. These are all movies that it's just like, oh gosh, good cinema, best cinema. But I'm not against the idea of watching something that's a little bit more of a lemon. You know? Do not notice! There is nothing to do with toast here. Gosh dang it. Ginger Dead Man Murder-thon. So the close... Alright. I'll go ahead. I'll pull the veil on the plans here just a little bit. Also, hold on a second. Where's that folder at? God damn it. Give me a moment. My folder is all the way over there. Okay, there we go. Nope. Come on. Windows. Work with me. There we go. I'll pull the veil on my plans just a little bit here because, like, you know, we're talking about movies that we're going to be watching. Let me pull up, like, server watch party trailers because I've prepared a bunch of movies for our server watch parties already, and we got some trailers all set and ready to go. Now I want a toaster strudel. Same, actually. None of my favorite movies are good. And that's why bad movies exist. All right, let's see. Oh, I'll go ahead and just say I was thinking that at some point we are probably going to watch the movie Frozen. And I know that there's probably a lot of you out there that are just like, no! No, the meme movie! The funny snow movie! I don't want to build a snowman! But let's be real. Like, there was a pop culture presence with that friggin' movie. It was everywhere. You could not have escaped it if you tried at one point. And like, me especially, because I worked at a movie theater around the exact same time that that movie released, and my god, that film like was insane. Like, it brought in so many people, as well as also like I worked there for a little bit, and I can tell you that out of all of the messes that I cleaned up in all of the different theaters and films over those years, Frozen was the worst. Frozen was awful. Like, I don't even know how they managed to pull it off, but like Frozen had some of the you walk in and it's like you have to go in there with waiters, you know what I mean? Like you're going in there with a good like 3 inches of popcorn over the entirety of the ground. And you're like, how did you make this mess? You know you're supposed to put popcorn into your mouth, right? Into your face. How did they miss so hard? Holy crap. Posted a picture of the amazing Bulk in the general chat. Okie dokie. I saw the Bulk at one point. Ah. All right, well, I see that. Worked in a movie theater when it came out. I swear, anytime I walk past a theater playing Let It Go was playing. Weird. That's all the movie is. It's just nothing but Let It Go. Dear God. So yeah. I mean, look, just for the sake that I've got like a nostalgic memory for the Frozen movie, specifically from my time working at a movie theater and just from like the knowledge of its existence, I feel at some point I'm gonna have to. That's a movie that I am not a massive fan of, but it's still like, oh, I remember you. I remember you fondly. Will always love Megamind. That's an interesting movie that a lot of people have like turned around and enjoyed, despite the fact that I remember criticism of the movie being pretty intense back in the day when it came out. Like, I remember critics and like a lot of people that watched the film were like critical about it. And like, not to say that everybody was stuck up about it, but like the people that were that really didn't like the movie were really vocal about that. And like, thankfully, through the lens of hindsight, we look back at Megamind and we're like, you know what? That was actually a pretty freaking good movie. It wasn't like high art or anything, but it was entertaining. And really, what's a movie supposed to be if not entertaining? And then Megamind 2 happened, and everyone was like, oh, we didn't appreciate what we had. Oh no. Oh shit. The beginning credits are in Comic Sans. Virgil, Virgil, you unironically love terrible movies. Holy shit. Fair though, absolutely fair. Let's see, what other films do I currently have sitting on this list here? Well, oh, okay. So here's one that at some point we have to watch. That is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. How many of you guys even, first of all, how many people know Monty Python? Secondly, how many of you know Monty Python and the Holy Grail? I want to see a head count. Shark Boy and Lava Girl levels of CGI. Probably all that the budget could have possibly done. Nova did the musical before. Ooh, fancy. I think that would work really well as a musical, honestly. Sun God has no idea what that is. Do you even know what like Monty Python and like Monty Python's Flying Circus is? I'm very intrigued. Do people know what Monty Python is? What I want is wait, that Megamind Related is a prequel series to the original movie when he was still a villain and clears up the lore with the Doom Syndicate. Yeah, I don't know a heck of a lot about Megamind, so shrug. So I am like destructfully shocked at this moment because like the chat didn't erupt with a bunch of people being like, I know Monty Python! Is it just me? Am I alone? Name's not ringing any bells, sorry. Man. So for people who don't know, Monty Python, and in general, Monty Python's Flying Circus was a sketch comedy series in like, you know, the UK and in Britain way back in the day. So like very British humor comedy, very dry. But also Monty Python also tended to have a lot of like really stupid slapstick ridiculous stuff as well on their sketch comedy show as well. In general, I remember watching quite a bit of Monty Python's Flying Circus with my mom because she's a massive fan of it. And she's got some like DVD box sets of it and whatnot. And I think it's very entertaining and has a lot of very famous and really funny scenes and sequences in it. To this day, I still think about some of the things, like, you know, the dude walking around a theater going, Albatross! Selling an albatross. And also the dead parrot scene. This is an ex-parrot! I've heard of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, but I've never actually watched it. I learned about it through Rebecca Parham. Aha, okay then. But anyway, Monty Python and the Holy Grail is one of the films that the crew ended up making over the course of, like, you know, a long history of them doing. Thank you for the pie. A long history of making Monty Python's Flying Circus and all of the different films that they've done, including, like, you know, they've done Life of Brian. I'm trying to remember what some of the other ones were. But like Monty Python and the Holy Grail is kind of one of their most famous films that they've done, and it all centers around the King of England basically traveling the countryside in search of the Holy Grail with his troop that is following along with him. And along the way, shenanigans ensue. And it's really stupid shenanigans. And I will say, out of all of the movies that I currently have listed, I feel like Monty Python and the Monty Python and the Holy Grail is probably one of the most obscure and probably the one that's going to confuse and confound a lot of you. You know? Can we watch it after Back to the Future? I'll think about it. I will definitely think about it. But, like, here's the thing. I don't know if everybody's gonna like it, is the thing. Like British humor and, in general, Monty Python's humor is... it's an acquired taste. It's one of those things that, like, you really need to get your mindset and your head around that kind of comedy. You know? Again, it's a lot of dry, sort of like silly conversational humor. So you might like it, you might not like it. It's kind of a big fat question mark. We'll see. I don't know. What else could I say about it that would be... Oh! Hey, Squid Gal. Hello. We're talking about films. Specifically, we're talking about some things I might be playing during the watch parties that we're doing over in the Discord. Right now the subject is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Maybe Squid knows what Monty Python and the Holy Grail is because nobody else does. But here's a fun fact for you. One of the reasons why I kind of want to do a watch party of Monty Python and the Holy Grail is because way back in the day when my mom was still like, you know, I think she was in like her teens or in her 20s. I don't remember. But she actually took my entire family out to go watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail in theaters when it originally came out. And she loved the ever-loving hell out of that movie because she loved Monty Python. She'd like been watching a whole bunch of their stuff for years, and so she brought everybody in, and she really enjoyed herself and like loved the movie when she saw it. And then she left the theater and she had a conversation with the family afterwards, and her family was just like, that was interesting. Bit mother, that was okay. that was very intriguing. It's like, and some of them just straight up said, I don't think I got it. And like, so that might give you a good idea of how you might react to Monty Python, the Holy Grail. Let's be real. The comedy is very dry, silly at times, nonsensical in a lot of different ways. We'll see. We'll see what the heck happens. And also, Happy is here. Hello! Welcome to the Walls. Oh yeah, she saw it in theaters. It's freaking awesome. Ooh, Spaceballs is one thing I was thinking about. Come to think of it. Hold on, let me see. Do I have Spaceballs on here? Spaceballs. I don't. I'm gonna add Spaceballs. There we go. I know I got like Star Wars all like primed and ready to go here, but yeah, Spaceballs, man. I think that'd be, I don't know when we would watch that, but maybe sometime like after Star Wars. Isn't the sequel releasing soon? Spaceballs 2? I don't know, actually. I thought I heard something about that, but I'm not sure. Have you ever heard of Labyrinth? Yes, I have. I have not ever watched it. I know it's a classic, but yeah, I've never actively watched it. I just don't think it was like in my my like interests view, you know. To Spaceballs 2: The Search for More Money. What? I mean, yeah. Let's be fair. Mel Brooks is in it, luckily. He better be. He better have like a massive hand in the production of that. Otherwise, it's not a proper Spaceballs sequel, for sure. I got a question though. How many of you guys ever watched Spaceballs, the animated series? Did you guys ever see that? Did you even know there was a Spaceballs animated series? I remember. It wasn't that great. Honestly, Spaceballs, the animated series, it just kind of felt like they were taking a bunch of old jokes from the movie and then rehashing them in animated form. It's not great. Honestly, like it really feels like I could just be watching the movie right now. Never knew about it. Yeah, it existed. Again, didn't end up turning out that great. Let's see. What other movies do I have currently listed here? Oh, okay, here's one. This one is like smack dab in the middle of schlock territory. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. Now, no, I'm not talking about any of the new Power Rangers films that were released. I'm talking the first Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie that was released. You know, with the original Ranger crew. I watched that when I was younger on VHS, and I really kind of want to revisit that film just because, one, I remember it being not great, and I remember it being painfully 90s, like disgustingly 90s. So I might, though. If we do watch it, there's a part of me that I kind of want to go and pick up the Blu-ray copy of it. All I have is the DVD variant of it, and like, unfortunately, the Blu-ray copy of it is very rare to come by. So I've seen it priced at like $90, $100 just to get your hands on it. I probably won't be picking it up anytime soon. But, you know, I've got my eye out for it, and maybe one day I'll dive in and, like, you know, give it a fair shake. But yeah, that one is like thoroughly thoroughly encamped in my nostalgia. Like that's the reason why I would pick it up. Oh my lord. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see. I'm surfing through my movie list here for mediocrity or something that I look at that I'm gonna go, yeah, no one's no one's gonna care except for me. I guess I'll go ahead and just say it. One other movie that I am thinking about showing on our watch parties is UHF. How many of y'all know what UHF is? Let's see that first. How many of you guys know UHF? That's about what I expected. All right. Let me ask you a different question. How many of you guys know Weird Al Yankovic? Okay, Squid says I haven't heard of that one. But have you heard of Weird Al Yankovic? Ah, Sun God says, me! There we go. We got one taker. Squid Gal says, I love Weird Al! There we go. Yeah. If you could make a movie, what plot would it have? I don't know if I'm creative enough to have a movie, frankly. But I have had some, like, dreams of the idea of making a series that's based off of, like, shonen anime without it actually being anime. So I think it would have a lot of elements of that. So something along those lines. And I know that that's a wide, a wide cone to cast. You know what I mean? Like, but I think it just have a lot of, like, fun adventure fighting kind of thing. I think that'd be fun. Anyway, so UHF is a movie that was released, like, way back in what I believe it was the 80s. Yeah, I think so. It was a movie that stars and was directed and written by Weird Al Yankovic. And it has got a ton of music references. It's got a ton of his, like, brand of humor in it. And it's also got, like, a ton of, like, really goofy side gags and stuff, and kind of a dry plot that is kind of only there just to be the glue for all of the parody stuff that's in the movie. It's really not necessary at the end of the day. But I remember it being a really fun movie, and it is kind of like one of my personal favorite cult classics. But the problem is, a little bit of lore story for you. UHF, when it originally came out, it came out to basically critic panning. Like, no, people looked at it and were just like, I don't get it. This is dumb. Not fun. Don't go watch. And so most people didn't end up going to watch the film. And it turned out that the production company that actually made UHF back in the day, Orion Films, they were, I guess they were on their last legs when it came to their budget and how much money they had in the bank. And because this film didn't work out, it meant that they ended up, like, they went under after the film came out and botched it in the box office. So UHF is kind of the last gasping breath of Orion Entertainment. Why is there... I don't know what you're talking about. Pay no attention to any toasters on the screen. I've given several instructions here, and I have told you that... No. Don't do the thing. So anyway, it's just funny that, like, UHF exists. And it's kind of a miracle that it does exist. And it is a movie that was like, you know what's funny? I don't even think it's a movie of its time. I think it's a movie that was way beyond past its time. And as well as, like, people didn't really appreciate Weird Al's content back at that day, in that time. And only now can we look back and honestly look at it and be like, you know what? This was actually fairly funny and really different for what it was trying to do. And so... Ow, thank you for the duck. And so I think it's well worth the watch, but I do think if you're not a gigantic fan of Weird Al from like, you know, his humor standpoint, I don't know if you're particularly gonna like it. We will see. I don't know. Remember that time Sega released a Sonic toaster? I remember that, yeah. Yeah, I remember the Sonic toaster. It was like, it gave like a little bit of an imprinted picture of Sonic's face. Anyway, so yeah, I've scrolled through here and that's about it. Well, I mean, there's a ton of movies in here, but like the rest of them, there are movies that I kind of want to keep a little bit secret. They're ones that like, I'm gonna be real, they are smash hits, like straight up. They're ones that I look at and I'm just like, oh yeah, that's a good one. I think I found a hole in your wall. No, you didn't. Don't eat the drywall. Hey, Firefee is here. Hello, welcome to the stream. I've just been talking about my movie collection at the moment because, like, that's currently where my head's at. For those of you who have just recently joined, I was discussing a little bit earlier about how I just got a box set for this one TV series that, at some point, if I'm brave enough, I will dive in and we will watch in some capacity this series. But it's really long and it might take like a lot of cutting up and watching it like in chunks here and here and here and here and here. And I'm excited about it, but I got a little bit scared because when I started ripping the Blu-rays, which is how I'm enjoying my physical media nowadays, ripped. Anyway, while I was ripping the Blu-rays, I got up to disc 2 and it immediately started giving me problems. And I don't know why. It's just like the first one was just fine and now the second one isn't ripping properly. What I ended up doing was it was erroring out at random intervals. So what I did was I basically just like kept on running the Blu-ray through the ripper like several times until eventually it got past those errors and managed to complete the video sections and stuff. So very thankful, managed to figure it out. But that was very tense at first because I'm like, I just spent a lot of money on this box set. Oh God, no, please. I have a lot more Blu-rays to get through. And that is true. I've gotten through 2 out of 9 of the Blu-rays in the box set. There's a lot of crap on this thing. Lots of stuff. And that's just one of the box sets. This box set, like this entire box set came with 2 different series in it. So I've started ripping the first one. I'm going to rip the second one a little bit later. And I'm kind of hoping that like this, I really hope this disc 2 situation is just like, I hope it's a fluke. I cross my fingers. Yeah, I wasn't lying. That I meant it when I said we might not be able to like marathon this. Like, you know, with Gravity Falls, we marathoned it for about like 6 weeks. You know, like once every single week we sat down and watched Gravity Falls, and it was really fun. But it did take a really long time. This time around, I feel like I need to segment it out even further. Like, I feel like we're going to have to take like 4 weeks of doing one portion of the series, and then like take a break and maybe watch 3 movies, and then jump back into doing more of this series like for another 4 months. No, not 4 months. For another 4 weeks is what I mean. It's kind of what I was thinking. Ooh, gonna try and go and get some sleep. You do that, Spooky. Sleep well. Have a good one. I hope you have a very chill night. Oh, you must ask. Ask me then. Why is there a toaster? Why do you need to ask these silly questions? I see no reason why. I don't think there needs to be any reason for anything I do, frankly. I don't need to excuse myself. But anyway, I hope you have a very good night. Fair enough. Reminds me of a childhood moment. My internet sucked, So my YouTube videos I was watching would constantly be buffering, which was unfortunate because I was pirating YouTube videos via recording them for when I didn't have any internet. Oh my god. My solution was to let the videos get through the loading and the buffering, and then it wouldn't do it anymore. Yeah, at one point, YouTube made the decision that, like, they were done doing the whole, like, you know, allowing a YouTube video to buffer all the way through before, you know, like, there was a time where you could just leave the YouTube video up, let it load up all the video, and then you could just watch it in one big chunk. And I remember back when I didn't have like stellar internet or spotty internet, I did do that tactic where I would just let the video sit for a little while, and then I would go and, like, I don't know, type up something on an essay, and then I would come back to the video later, and then I would watch it all the way through. Yep, I remember doing similar stuff. And unfortunately, YouTube has basically decided, like, you know what? We're confident enough that you have a good internet connection that you can't do that anymore. No. We're gonna feed you the data as you need it. Which, like, I guess good on them, considering the fact it does save them a little bit of bandwidth at the end of the day. And with a series like, well, you know, with a platform like YouTube that takes up a lot of infrastructure, I can see why they would cut corners anywhere they possibly could. Does kind of suck, though. Just a little bit. I can't tell what's going on in the movie. I imagine The Amazing Bulk doesn't look like a movie that could be very easily followed. Luckily for me specifically, they were correct. Hey, there we go. No, dude, that reminds me so much of some other things that I remember doing when I was a kid. So I grew up in the olden age of Flash animation and Flash movies. And that was an interesting period where you didn't get a scroll bar. You got, like, you know, a little Flash game or something, or a little Flash movie, and then you would sit there at the waiting screen and you would wait for it to complete like 100%, and then you would watch the stuff. And, like, it would take forever for it to finally load up because you were on dial-up, and dial-up was slow as molasses. So then, like, you get it, and then just like, oh yay, cool. But, like, I remember one thing that me and my brothers used to do was, we were only given like a certain period of time to be able to do stuff on our family computer at the moment. So what we would do was we would go into, like, you know, we would be given something like an hour of internet a day, and it's just like, okay, there you go, there's your allotted hour, go for it. And so what we would do is we would go to somewhere like Homestar Runner, and we would, instead of watching any of the content, we would go to, like, some of the most recent videos that they released, and we would click on them, we would let them load up, and then when they finish loading up, we leave the page, and then we go to a different video, and then we would let that load up. What that did was it saved the SWF, like, Flash file in the browser, so that later on, when we were offline, we could navigate to it in our history, and we could watch the video that way. So we could watch the Flash files as many times as we wanted offline, completely untethered from the internet. And that was our way of getting around stupid, crappy internet problems. And then we were stupid back then, and we didn't understand, like, that every month or so we had it set up on our browser that it would, like, to save space, it would get rid of a bunch of, like, old saved files that it, like, you know, the browser felt it didn't need anymore. And so it would, we basically had to go and do it all over again. It's been like, oh no, all our video archives are gone. Well, better go and load them back up on the browser again. And then we would go and like watch the, you know, we go and save the videos again in the browser. It was a constant resaving of, like, all of Homestar Runner's archives, just so that we could continue to watch it later on. And this was before we learned that you can go on the internet and save SWF files to your hard drive and watch them whenever you wanted. We were not aware that this was a thing that you could do. Whoops. But we learned eventually. So that was our way of getting around crappy internet. Also, here's another random story. I remember me and my brothers were big fans of the series Red vs. Blue back in the day. And I remember every single new episode would be like an event for us. And this was happening way back in the day, before YouTube was a thing, before like video streaming was a thing. If you wanted to make a video series on the internet, you went and you added your video file to your web server, and then you had people download it to their devices. And so, like, I remember back in the day, like, also, Nova is asking if I will play Uma Musume. No. No, I probably won't. One, because, like, it's just not really my taste. I'm not really interested in it. But also, I seem to remember there's some kind of icky stuff happening with the parent company. I think having to do with AI generated stuff and not treating voice actors properly, if my memory serves me right. Could be entirely wrong about that, but like, I don't know. In general, I'm not keen on playing the game personally. Anyway, so Red versus Blue. Whenever there be a new episode of Red versus Blue, we, like, one of my brothers would basically be like, "Hi, I would like to take up my entire internet time frame and use it saving this one internet video, and that's it." And my folks would just be like, "Okay, sure." And so for like an hour, he would be spending a ton of time downloading the next episode of Red vs. Blue in like the crappiest 320 by 240 resolution screen that he possibly could save it. And then, like, he kept all of those files on like CDs that he burned. And then whenever we wanted to watch them, we would like boot them up, like, off of the CDs. So that was interesting. And the funny part about all of it was, like, God help you if your connection ended up faltering in any capacity, because, like, if you were saving the file and then suddenly, like, you know, your 56K connection cut off, and if the download failed, you'd have to restart it all over again, which really, really sucked, and it took up even more of your time. Oh, and also, God help you if somebody called your house in the middle of you downloading this file, because you're a little bit screwed there. That's why you had, like, specific allotted periods of time where you would be allowed the internet, because, like, you know, there were certain time periods that, like, my parents wanted to make sure that they had phone access. So, boy, it was real nice when we started moving in the direction of just, like, a separate phone and internet line. Like, that was a miracle. Made me happy. I'm also gonna probably dip for now because I need to get ready for school. Good move. Thank you for coming in, Nova. I appreciate it very much. Have a good sleep. Oh, but man, like, back in the old internet days, it was different. It was crazy. God, I also remember that in terms of Red versus Blue, I remember me and my brothers were, like, massive fans of it. And so much so that we, like, asked to get a bunch of, like, Red versus Blue style merchandise from their website. And my parents were, like, super ridiculously nice about that. So, like, they went and they allowed us the ability to, like, buy Red versus Blue merchandise. And, like, honestly, I look back on that and I'm like, wow, I'm super shocked that my folks were totally cool with us watching Red versus Blue, because, like, we were 13 and 14, and even younger than that, actually. I think it was like 12. And back then, like, I don't know if that comedy was appropriate for us and for our age. But I did it. We did it. It was fun. And now, unfortunately, Rooster Teeth is kind of something from a bygone era, basically. I miss them, but I also understand why they don't exist anymore. Because of company buyouts and stuff like that. And Warner Brothers. Darn you, Warners! And the Warner sister Dot! No, I'm kidding. I don't blame them at all. They're good people. It's interesting to hear how others dealt with or got around certain hurdles that are apparently not unique experiences. Oh yeah, well, you know, that everybody has had some level of struggle on the internet, as far as I'm concerned. It's always been a little bit different. It's just a case of like, what era are you currently living in and which hurdles do you need to get past? It's kind of why with this whole like internet, like, you know, the whole ID verification thing that's about to happen, I feel like that's just going to be another case of, you know, like, I don't think it's going to impact a lot of the underlying things that happen on the internet. I think at the end of the day, the internet is kind of going to stay the same. The only difference is that I suspect that people are probably going to be lying a little bit more on the internet. You know what I mean? That's my guess. You know, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, oh yeah, sure, here's my photo ID, shows picture of Shrek. And then the photo ID just goes like, good enough, enjoy the internet. That's what I think is going to happen. It's just a shame that, like, again, for anybody that decides to actually tell the truth and hand over their face scans and their like photo IDs, it just means that their government IDs and their faces are going to be sitting on a server somewhere, insecure. I don't like that. Like, God, I'd try McLovin. I thought about that. Well, here's what I was thinking. Like, I know there's a bunch of fake IDs that exist online, and so I wondered whether or not. Do you think in the database for these places, do you think they actually keep a copy of McLovin's ID in there so that in the event anybody decides to post that as their fake one, if they identify it's McLovin, they're like, no, this is fake, try again? Or do you think they even care? Do you think the robot's even smart enough to do that? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Remember, the Persona data breach was on accident. Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't trust Persona's database as far as I could throw it. And considering that's a database that's currently being held up by, like, a lot of rich corporate assholes, and also by the government, and also by OpenAI. No trust. Zero. None whatsoever. I'll say it again. Like, look. Either, like, all right. No. So I'm not going to suggest that you should fake any of these like verification methods or anything. The best thing that you can do, I think, is if there are websites that ask you for these kinds of verification methods, just don't. Like, do not hand them your real ID. Do not hand them your face. You're going to put yourself in a lot more trouble later on down the line if their data gets breached and then suddenly all of that information is stolen. I think it's really irresponsible for us as a society to ask people for this kind of information because it's so easy to steal. Instead, whatever it is that you were getting from that website that requires your photo ID and verification to begin with, I suspect that there will be some websites out there that will pop up that will do their best to avoid moving in the direction of that kind of regulation. And it could be dangerous to use those websites. However, if you can verify that they are trustworthy, I would honestly kind of trust those more than any website that is asking for your face scan or your photo ID. Ow, I'm trying to be serious here. Oh, did I ever post the Magma link? I didn't actually. Sorry, Phoenix. I got into like a little bit of a thing there. With Discord, you can just open the Family Center setting and enter any birth date that's over 18 years old. And if you do that, you completely skip any Face ID nonsense. Yeah, I heard about that. But once again, Pierce, that might require you to gasp, lie on the internet. And you wouldn't want to do that, would you? I mean, nobody on the internet lies, right? No, of course not. Here, I'm gonna post the link to the Magma. For those of you who don't know what that is, the Magma is actually a really nice thing that I've gotten set up where if you want to do any sort of like fan art or anything while we're in the middle of chatting and talking, or in the middle of me playing a video game, you can do that. In fact, I see that you guys have been hard at work with that. Specifically, I know Phoenix does a lot of art there, and I do appreciate that a lot. Let me pull that up and take a look at some of the newer things, shall we? First of all, actually, the first thing that I immediately notice is like, oh, hey, we've got a bezel here. Woo! We got a Time Boy going on. I like it. Very nice. Also, Phoenix, your art style really lends itself well to like bezel specifically. Like, that's just bezel. Just, like, straight up. A Barnaby! Alright, let's see what else we got here. Oh, hello. No, I'm not entirely sure what that is. But that's cute. I like that. We got several, like, little drawn goobers here and there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Chicken. It's chicken. Yeah. I have a little stuffed chicken nugget, by the way. And I love it. I love it so much. Oh! I see a little moon man in the corner here. Hello. Let's see. Oh, I think this is also new. Just a very like cartoon-esque kind of bit looking thing. It's very nice. I like that very much. And then we got a live Barnaby currently over here. Again, he's a real boy. Oh my god. He's alive and kicking. Holy shit. Ooh, we got this guy over here. I'm not sure who he is, but like, or they are. They're looking sharp. I appreciate it. Okay, we got one more page of stuff going on over here. And I know that Susix was doing a little bit of work over here. Bye, doink. There we go. Got bored and drew this random girl at 2:30 a.m. Very nice. Could not bother with the hands. Fair. Absolutely fair. Although it does kind of look like, a bunch of stumps or cones. But it looks very nice. Oh, hello. More AIMA content. I'm not sure what that is. What's AIMA? Wait, and also a maze game here? It's not the maze game, right? The spooky one where I, like, run my mouse through it and then suddenly it, like, jump scares me? Maze game? Please no. We're running out of pages! Oh, no, we're fine. I mean, I think the max amount of pages that you are allowed to have is something like 100. So I could easily just, like, add new ones. So, we're good. Well, we got plenty of space. And in the event that we're really running out of space, like, I could just save the Magma pages and upload them to the Discord so that you guys can have a hard copy of them somewhere else. So, yeah. Anyways, that's the Magma. I have pinned it. If you feel like going in there and drawing something, hey, go for it. You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies. Oh, man. Yeah, so sometimes I really want to like just get up and like I want to stand up in front of a bunch of people in Congress and be like, "You dense idiots. Like this isn't going to go the way you think it is." Oh, it sounds really good in theory, but like it's very clear to me that you don't know how things work. It's sort of like how I was talking about this not too long ago. Now, you know that I really badly want to play Sonic Frontiers. And actually, I have an intention of playing that next Wednesday stream. So, if you like the Sonic, yeah, look forward to that. I'll probably be playing it on there. However, I've been holding off on playing Sonic Frontiers specifically because of the fact that Sonic Frontiers, as well as a lot of other Sega-related games, use Denuvo anti-tamper on their software. And if you don't know what that is, Denuvo anti-tamper is an extra little layer of security that is coded into certain video games and certain software. And it allows for developers of games to protect their properties in certain extra ways. So, you know, they can keep you from being able to copy the game and send it to other people like for free. And they can like protect it from, you know, making sure that you can't like install it on too many devices. I also think Denuvo might also protect for online games, possibly for like the encryption of them. I'm not 110% on that. I think that's more like easy anti-cheat that does that, but I don't know. But regardless, in order for it to even work in the first place, it requires like, I think, level 1 kernel access to your hard drive, and to your system, and I am not a fan of just handing that over willy-nilly to anything, especially not video games. Like, I don't like the idea of a video game just being like, hi, we have to like have like super detailed and deep system modifying privileges in order for us to be able to run on your system. Yeah, it's like, you know, no, I don't like that. Not a fan of that. Shark-looking guy in the magma is a Care Bear villain. His name is Bluster. Oh, interesting. Ooh, thanks for the info. That's kind of cool. Anyway, so there's that issue. Another issue is that a lot of people have complained that, like, because of Denuvo, it makes it so that, like, software runs a little bit slower on your hardware. So if you don't have hardware that is significantly powerful, you may notice some performance hitches in whatever game that you're using. Which, it's one thing to have a game that doesn't run very well on your system. It's another thing to have a game that doesn't run very well on your system because it's locking your system down, you know? In fact, I remember Sega released Sonic Mania on PC, and there was a huge controversy around it being shackled with Denuvo. And because of the lackadaisy way that they slapped Denuvo in, it made it run absolute garbage on a lot of people's computers. Which is funny, because you know Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania is a 2D side-scrolling Sonic game that could run on a freaking cell phone if you wanted to. Like, yeah, like, there's no reason why it shouldn't run really, really well on a PC, but, like, yeah, Denuvo destroyed it that way. Now, that can differ depending on how you implement it into your game. Like, if you have enough time to prepare Denuvo in your game, it, you know, I've heard a lot of cases about how apparently, like, it actually works really well on the back end if you account for coding around it. However, like, you know, point still stands. Like, it's kind of garbage. Actual Sonic Mania was on mobile for a time. Ooh. Well, see, there you go. But yeah, I'm not a gigantic fan of that. There was something else that I'm not a fan of. Oh yeah, right. So again, it's like anti-tamper and anti-piracy, right? They try and make it so that you can't steal the game and send it off to somebody else. Well, that there's already a system that's already set in place, and that is called Steam. You don't think about it very often, but Steam in and of itself is digital rights management. Steam is DRM. It's the difference is it's DRM that you have decided to opt into. Like, you have chosen that this is the storefront that I am going to use, and I'm going to use its data rights management. You know, you've actively made that decision. And so, like, Denuvo is just an extra layer on top of that that is invasive to your software, isn't really necessary in the grand scheme of things, and bogs down performance, makes it so that you can only install it on certain devices. And another problem is that you do need to do a handshake with Denuvo servers every couple of weeks, because if you don't, and if you have a device that just doesn't normally get connected to the internet all that often, it means that the game will lock you out of playing it until you give it the handshake. I am not a fan of that. You know, it's very harshly clamping down on your ability to actually use the software that you purchased. I don't like that. He's garbage. I keep saying, if you want piracy to stop, you need to make a product that's being stolen be convenient enough of an option to pay for. Bingo. And here's the thing. Steam, it is so criminally stupid. Just hand them money. It installs the game onto your system. You press play. Bam. You got the game. I see no reason why you should pirate in that, scenario. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green are not worth $20, says Pierce. Yeah. Probably not. Probably not. Game's been out for a while. Yeah. They could probably put it on a virtual console or something. Oh. You're correct in that. Anyway, I've ranted and raved about this for a very long time here, but Denuvo came out around, actually no, not Denuvo. Sonic Frontiers came out, what was it? Actually, I'm gonna check that real quick. When did Sonic Frontiers come out? I'm gonna look. I remember the last time it was updated was 2023, if my memory serves me right. But I think the game itself came out in 2022. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, here, let me go to the store page. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green have been de facto free to play for decades now. You know, there's plenty of people that have basically made entire replacements for the concept of Fire Red and Leaf Green. Several, Pierce, you were showing off the MMORPG that was made by fans for Pokemon. I feel like you can't really make money off of those Pokemon games at this point. Or at least, you probably shouldn't. It's kind of like throwing the ROM up for Super Mario Brothers. How ancient is that? Are you really going to nickel and dime people for that one? Come on, man. Why do I pirate DS games? Because the DS doesn't function anymore, and the games I want to buy don't get sold anymore. Yeah, I think a heck of a lot of people wouldn't... they wouldn't really fault you for that one. Give us a way to easily purchase and also own the games, and most people will buy them. I guess there is some, you could technically say a thing or two about Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green then. Because I guess technically speaking, Nintendo is allowing people to buy it and own it. In a technical sense. For $20. Not worth it. Speaking of that ROM, the ROM of Super Mario Brothers on the Wii Virtual Console that Nintendo sold to us was actually pirated by Nintendo and uploaded onto the Wii Shop. Oh, yeah, I can believe that. Nintendo just being like, oh, hey, we found our ROM on the internet. Sure, let's just sell them that. I could believe it. Anyway, back to what I was talking about with Sonic Frontiers, though. The game released in November 7th, 2022. So, like, effectively almost 4 years ago. And I have a specific policy. I'm not going to buy your game if it's going to have Denuvo in it. Or at the very least, not playing. So, for me, I was like, all right, I'm going to wait patiently for you to remove Denuvo from your game. Because this is actually something that developers do sometimes. Sometimes they will go, okay, we're outside of our money-making period for this game, and Denuvo isn't doing anything to help us at this point, so let's go ahead and just get rid of it. They do that, and you know what? I don't like Denuvo, but if that's an option, like, I don't hate it. Like, sure, okay, like, get rid of Denuvo after the fact. That makes me happy, I guess. And then people like me who are not really keen on using games that have Denuvo in it, I can go ahead and just enjoy the game without any of that extra headache. Okay, sounds good. Problem is, Sega has got this really bad habit of just not doing that. There are several games that they have released out to Steam that still have Denuvo in them to this day. One of them is Sonic Frontiers. They just made the decision that they're not going to go back and get rid of it. And it's been like 3 or 4 years now. So at this point, I'm fairly certain they're not going to. Now here's the bad news. In the Cracker, is that the right word? The Cracker community? No, that sounds terrible. The cracking community, that's a better word for it. In the cracking community, unfortunately, Denuvo has kind of hit a little bit of a roadblock. There was one person in particular that was really well known for breaking through some of the hardest Denuvo issues, or like some of like the most ingrained and difficult to get rid of Denuvo in software. And they left the cracking scene, and we don't know where they went. They just suddenly just clammed up and walked out. We don't know if this is a case of like maybe the company found them, or the industry found them, or we don't know if maybe they just decided, I'm done doing this, and then just left, or we don't know if maybe they were like hired by some. There was a point in time where people were wondering whether or not maybe they were hired by Denuvo to like improve on Denuvo's code base and make it so that it would be like less penetrable. I don't know, maybe. But regardless, they were gone, and so there was a period of drought from any games that were being cracked of its Denuvo. Then, not too long ago, I want to say like a good 2 months or so ago, somebody on the cracking scene actually came out and said, hey, I just cracked one of the hardest versions of Denuvo that were released back in 5 years ago. And people were like, you did? And then there's like, yeah, here's the proof. And then like slipped it underneath the, slipped it under the table and was just like, look at what I did. And so they have actively been cracking a lot of Denuvo within a certain time period of its code base, because I guess they finally managed to figure out like how to get past it in certain distributions of Denuvo. One of them is Sonic Frontiers, and I wouldn't call it pirating per se. Let's be real. Look, I've shown this on the stream several times here. Let's just go ahead and talk about this right now. Here we go. Here's a fun little screenshot that I've got on my desktop right now. That is my freaking that's my freaking Steam window, okay? I own the game. All right? I have purchased the gosh darn Sonic Frontier. All right? I'd like to think that I have the right to be able to play the game. I have it and all the DLC. Do you fault me for going and finding the code from a different distributor that didn't add Denuvo into it, though. Do ya? You know, are you upset with me about that one? I certainly hope you're not. I have standards, man. Look, they're getting money, and I'm getting an experience that doesn't get bogged down by stupid software. All right? How about that? I purchased the game. I can do whatever I want with it because it is now my property. I certainly hope they wouldn't be technical about it and just be like, well, yeah, well, you didn't download it from this particular server, so therefore you don't own it. Like, dog, basically same shit. That's my philosophy. That's what I believe, at least. This is just more convenient than finding out how to crack it yourself. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Here's the thing. From what I've been able to determine, the way that you actually crack Denuvo is infuriating. Like, the way Denuvo works is it basically worms its way into every tiny little synapse of how your game functions. Like, it is constantly doing shit in the background to, like, it encodes the freaking game that you are currently playing, and then it decodes it on the fly. And that is incredibly invasive, and it really messes with the code base of a game, and it makes it virtually impossible to be able to decode it in any simple way. And it sounds like the way that you decode Denuvo is basically backwards engineering how it functions, and then essentially rebuild and rework how the game was initially supposed to be built without Denuvo. And then if the code ever calls for any of the established things that are necessary for Denuvo to run, you have to come up with a way to block that or remove that from the system. And in general, it just sounds like it's a headache and a half. And it apparently it actively requires a lot of computer processor power and a long period of time of sifting through the code digitally to essentially clean it up. And this is coming from somebody who is not a hacker in any way, shape, or form. I could be entirely wrong on this one. But yeah, Denuvo isn't as easy as just turning off a little piece of code inside the system and then just releasing it. Is a little bit more ingrained than that. So yeah, the only way that I could see something like this actually working is basically the crackers would have to, again, I don't like using that word. Again, such a slur. The people that make the cracks would basically have to create their own individual exe or something, an executable that they distribute out to people, and then they can take that exe and they can run it on their own systems and pass it through the Denuvo laden software, and then strip it of all its Denuvo-y disgustingness from there. The problem with that is that if you were to release this piece of software like that, I do wonder if that's going to impact. If you bought it through Steam specifically, I feel like that's going to mess with autosaves, as well. It's probably going to mess with what is it because I think Steam does attempt to try and make sure and verify that its files are directly the same as the ones that you have on your system. And I think that if you change the code base that significantly, it's probably going to throw up some red flags and be like, hey, this is broken, fix it. And then they would probably just undo it and put Denuvo back. So effectively, I don't think that you could do this in any other way aside from just getting a separate exe that is untethered from Steam, which is essentially just pirating it. It's complicated. It sucks. Now that I've taken out the anti-cheat in the single-player game, I can finally make myself be able to fly. Why is Sonic posing in a white void? Oops, I went and did a broke. Everything broken. Oh, noes. But anyway, yeah, no, I think it's not just a, hey, this is more convenient than cracking it ourselves. I think you quite literally have to, like, not only crack the game, but you have to completely separate it from your Steam library entirely. And I'm sure somebody could probably release an executable that will do that automatically for you after, like, enough stress testing. That might be a little bit difficult, though. Especially, here's another question, though. What if somebody released this tool so that they can crack Denuvo, and then what if Sega decided to be butthurt about it and then send out a patch for the game that actually fixes the Denuvo crack and makes it so that people can't use the tool? Like, I imagine that something like this would be a never-ending fight back and forth between the two companies. I can kind of see why the crack makers themselves are doing it the way that they're doing it. Like, not just giving people the crack themselves, but cracking it on their own systems and making the code available to anybody else. Because to do anything else would essentially make it so that, like, Sega would actively have a means of being able to, like, punch it back down into the dirt. Yeah, it's complex stuff, man. And all of this frustration and all of this stupidity, just because, like, I want to be able to play a single player game on my system, untethered from stupid, like, encryption bullshit, whenever I want, on as many systems that I want, with a game that I have actively gone and purchased. It's dumb. Also, on top of that, there's one other thing that people do bring up, which I do think is kind of important, but there are a lot of game manufacturers that probably don't think it's very important. And that is preservation. There's, like, people are really worried about the idea that, like, video games are not going to be easily preservable in cases where Denuvo is so seeped heavily into them. And I'm gonna be real. I think the cracking scene is kind of a necessary evil in certain ways, because if they didn't exist, or, like, if there wasn't anyone that was actively doing this work, who knows if, like, one day down the line, in 10 or 20 years, who knows if a game like Sonic Frontiers is gonna spontaneously just no longer exist on the Steam storefront. It could happen. Like, I've had certain games that just suddenly no longer exist that you can no longer download. Or that you can no longer purchase from the Steam store. I know that the Deadpool game is a constant, like, that game is like Schrodinger's game. Like, it either exists or doesn't exist, and it depends on whether or not Activision wants to pay for the Deadpool license. It's just in a never-ending flux of being like, yeah, it's for sale. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. And that's a scary concept, like, stuff is just not readily available in certain ways, and, like, you might not be able to even get access to certain things later on. You certainly aren't going to be able to preserve and protect it. So, and with the whole, like, Denuvo thing, that makes it even harder, because that means that not only can you not break through the DRM of Steam, but you also, like, they're going to have a hard time breaking through the disgusting Denuvo stuff that worms its way into everything. He's creepy, man. I don't know. I've ranted about this for a very long time here, but, like, the bulk of what I'm saying is that, like, I prefer games to have as few layers of DRM as possible. And I also really appreciate when a games company treats me like a person. Like, I don't like being treated immediately like a criminal. Like, they'll let me have their product, but only if they can also put provisions in place to make sure that I'm not a filthy, like, product stealer. I think I've shown that I have very good intentions. I got a good reputation on that. I like to pay for my software, so. So that's this is kind of like a long-winded way for me to say that, like, hey, I finally got access to Sonic Frontiers, and I'm going to be playing the thing. Case-by-case basis is a rare art nowadays. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the main problem with people that pirate stuff is that, like, you can't police it very well. Once somebody pirates a game and puts it out there into the ether, it's fairly easy for somebody to just download the content, and then suddenly they've got it for free. I do agree that, like, there are... Oh, hello, there's a Kyle in here.
Hello.
Hi. What's your thoughts on piracy?
Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate.
Yar har fiddle-dee-dee.
Anarchy forever. Smash the system.
Yeah. Are you having a good day?
Oh yes.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm sick, but I'm it's as good as it's gonna get.
Ooh. Okay.
What am I up to? I'm playing Dying Light 2 again.
Oh man, Dying Light. Yeah. God, I haven't touched that in a while.
They added guns.
Didn't they already have really crappy versions of guns?
You mean crossbows? Yeah.
No, I thought there was like a, one bullet guns that they, I think like flintlock pistols, if I remember right.
Yeah, they did, but now they got like full-blown assault rifles and shotguns and stuff.
Seems a little bit odd for a game where the entire point is you are very low on resources and must run around with sharp implements specifically.
Yeah, well, every other zombie game was laughing at them because they didn't have guns. So they added guns.
Of course. Link's crossbow training? No, not that one.
They're doing the same thing that Helldivers is doing, and they have like these packs that you can buy in game using currency that you can either purchase or earn in game. What they're not doing like Helldivers is offering you a fair way to earn those in game.
Yeah, no. Of course not. I don't know.
An interesting area if handled right.
I played a crap load of Dying Light with you guys, and like, I don't know if guns would bring me back.
Yeah, you played a crap load with us. It's almost as if you did this for a living at some point.
A living? What?
Or, on stream.
Oh, wow. I don't make a living off my stream. This is all a lot of random bullshit.
Listen, man, my brain is addled by common cold. I'm not thinking straight. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. That does remind me. The place that I'm doing work at just recently had a big event that was going on, and I was not there because I didn't really have anything I could do. And apparently on day one, everyone got sick. Somebody brought in the plague.
Is funny to me.
It's unfortunate. Firefeast talking about an anti-piracy thing. One single case of anti-piracy I actually found amusing. Oh, you're talking about Spyro 3. Yeah, I remember that. They couldn't stop piracy, so they just wanted to delay it, so the first wave of purchases wouldn't be affected. And they did this, like, they managed to pull this off by making the pirates think they cracked the game, but then it turned out that once the game actually got in people's hands, it started doing a whole bunch of, like, broken down, like, horrifying things. Like, geometry would break, eggs would go missing, just a whole lot of, like, broken and stupid stuff. And then, like, the coup de grace was at the end of the game when you get to the final boss. Instead of letting you fight the final boss, it would reset the game, and then it would set you back at the beginning, and all of the things you collected are gone. And considering it's a 3D platformer collectathon,
That's villainous.
that's a big middle finger. And yeah,
I
it turned
love
out that they released the anti-piracy in such a way that like there was a layer of anti-piracy that didn't let you play it, and then there was another layer that just made it miserable to play. And tricked the pirates into thinking, "Yay, we've released it. We fixed it. We pirated the game." See, I appreciate that kind of anti-piracy. Because it kind of shows that the people that are making the game, like, are willing to go the extra mile to do something goofy and stupid, and like, you know.
Ooh, piracy just reminded me of something. Please continue.
Oh, I didn't have a heck of a lot more I was going to say about that. Just, I appreciate the Spyro anti-piracy over, you know,
Yes.
lazily being like, "Hey, Denuvo, make our game just completely unplayable. Just completely mess our stuff up." Anyway, you had a thing about
Piracy.
anti-piracy?
No, not anti-piracy, about piracy.
Oh, okay.
There's a game coming out called Windrose, and I think it's the Assassin's Creed Black Flag game that I've always wanted.
Ooh, I'm gonna look up Windrose.
Black Flag without the Assassin's Creed.
Okay, that's kind of neat. Whoa! I looked it up.
No, right?
That's a very pretty game. Ooh, there's boats, but then you could also like get out of your boat and like go off and explore. You do crafting.
Seamless.
And whatnot. Oh, seamless exploration on land. Nice. It's like a more realistic looking Sea of Thieves. It feels. Like Sea
I
of
also
Thieves.
love the trailer's theme.
Let me
Drunken
pull up
Sailor, but it's to the tune of the trailer.
Here, let me see if I can pull it up. Here we go. Let's take a listen, everybody. Yes, swill the grog. I heard the Wilhelm scream there. Oh man, you can build bases and stuff too. This looks freaking cool. The developer is the Windrose crew. Oh gee.
Oh dear.
I see that they make one very specific product. Let me hold on a second. What else have they? What is the? I mean, hold on. I'm gonna look up. This has got to have more information about the people that made it, right? Who are these people?
Certainly would hope so.
The Windrose crew. Let me look. Toss him in the drink and we'll watch him sink. Cue Wilhelm scream at the drunken sailor, gets yeeted off the boat. New open world survival game blowing up on Steam before its official release, says Game Rant. Okay, well, I want to know more about the company. I want to know who's making the thing. Because it looks good, but also, where do they hail from? Who they be?
Who are they?
What? I found an IGN trailer for it. Who are you? Let me love you. Oh, Windrose's grog-soaked Steam Next Fest demo and trailer. Yeah! Give me a website to go to! Let me see. Oh, okay, they got a Discord. Oh, they got an official YouTube. Okay. They have a Billy. What the why? TikTok, necessary evil. All right. So Windrose has an official. Any more information about them? Windrose is a survival adventure in the age of piracy. Explore procedural open world, gather, build, and craft. Overcome challenge and bosses in a Souls-like combat. Sail your ships. Fight on land and sea. Play solo or with a friend. Sounds exciting. Interesting. Okay, they've been around for at least 11 months, considering they've, like, the oldest video on here is from 11 months ago. I have trailers for many different languages.
Say.
Before I purchase this copper, I want to know who's making it so I know it's not the guy who sells shitty copper. Exactly, Firefee, yeah. Dude, you don't know anymore in this day and age.
Oh yeah, no.
Man, I wish more people had Blue Sky accounts. Gosh darn it. Also, what the heck's QQ? Oh wait, is it? What is that? What is QQ? That Snapchat or some crap? What are you? Shiny toaster. What? People are so interested in this toaster thing. What are you guys talking about? Okay, screw it. I'll go over to their X account. Yuck.
Fuck.
Okay. The oldest thing that I can see without having a logged in account was from March of 2025. So yeah, roughly they've been around for like a year. But like all they are known for is being the Windrose crew. Where do you hail from, soldier? Who's the developer? Christ. Okay. Well, keep an eye on this one and see if there's anything like interesting that comes up about like the game or the developers or just anything. Because it looks fun, like ridiculously fun. Oh, but I don't know.
To be true.
My shields are just way too high on stuff at like nowadays. I mean, it's like, who are you? Where do you hail? I appreciate games where like it's made by like, you know, or at least like the head of the developer studio has been like chronologing and like talking about their game development over an extensive period of time to where you can sort of chart out their progress and what they've been doing. You know, like I got a couple of studios that I have in mind for that, like Demon Tides, which I really badly want to go and play. I've been following the person that made that game for a long time now, and they've talked about this game for years. So, like, I know who's making it, and I know this is like a massive passion project. Meanwhile, a random company that just sort of like sparks out of nowhere and like suddenly makes waves from people being like, "This is amazing! Who makes this? Who backs it? Who's got the money to make something like this?" It makes me question things.
Bamf.
Firefee says, I have just received possible news regarding a game being leaked to exist. What? If it's a leak, I don't I don't follow leaks all that much. I try not to, because like a leak could be real, or it also could not be real. Nah.
Think of it as like the entry warning to Far Far West.
Oh, the entry warning to Far Far West. Ooh, yeah, I remember that. Actually, who makes Far Far West now that I think about it? How long have they been working on it? Let me check. Developer is Evil Raptor and the publisher is Fireshine Games. See, that's how you do it. When you make a video game, you have a distinct developer name and you have a publisher that, like, you know, I can click on Fireshine Games and be like, all right, what have you made? Oh, hey, they got a bunch of different games that they've handed money over to, you know? Like, frickin' Shadows of Doubt. Like, apparently they were the publishers behind that one. Core Keeper.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. Keep in mind, it's just
I
the
love
publisher,
watching other people
not
play
the
that
developer.
game in such a deranged way.
It is a game that, like, it lends itself to be, like, absolutely banana cuckoo. Just, like, flippy tricks and, like, crazy shit. And by the way, me and the gang have tried Far Far West, and, like, it is very fun. It's basically a first-person run and gun game that, like, it's got similar vibes to, like, honestly, it's a little bit like Helldivers 2 in certain ways. You know, in that you and a whole bunch of your friends are dropped off at, like, a specific point in, like, a large map, and then you have to run around and complete tasks and whatnot in a certain time period. And it's all, like, Old West and robot themed, and it's freaking fun. And it's eye candy. Like, it's so shiny and so colorful, and it makes me happy. I hope they're doing, like, good work on that. Ooh, also, looking at this, it looks like the Far Far West guys have also made other games as well. Once again, a developer that has done more than just one singular project. Meanwhile, you know, you look at another person's project and it's like, oh, one game behind your belt. You're publishing it yourself. The game itself is, like, the only thing you do. You have no other name aside from the actual game itself. It's like putting all your eggs in one basket, I see. I'm not gonna call it a pop-up shop or anything, but, like, I don't know. Extract Shooters. Oh, you know, that's a pretty good name for them. Because that's basically what you do. You drop in, you destroy everything, and then you extract. So yeah, you're right about that. But it's fun. I definitely recommend. It's also got some, like, you know, fun little goofy macabre stuff going on with the whole, like, you know, a bunch of, like, skeletons to shoot and whatnot, and, like, you know, a bunch of monsters to kill. It's cool. Oh, you know, one of the other reason why I decide to be as, like, persnickety about knowing about the developers is simply because, like, you know, there's a veneer of authenticity that comes from being an indie developer. And you know, when you see somebody that's just like, oh, hey, this is coming from a company I've never heard of before, but they put a lot of work and effort into it, and it looks like they've made a really, really cool and fun game. That's great. I want to support them. And then you find out that their money is coming from Tencent or something. And you're like, oh, I see. It's one of those. You know, he's just like, oh, okay. Maybe this isn't as grassroots as I thought it was. But, you know, companies want to make it look like it's very grassroots. So that, like, you're a little bit more interested in the idea of, like, handing your money over. Captain, our ship be under attack by Sans Undertale! Oh, while we're talking about, you know, indie games and whatnot, I just recently got an update from the Chip Flake game that you guys saw me play a little while back. They've just recently done a little bit of an update for like, just quality. Kind of like, quality of life kind of things. But they also did an update on their purchases, like, and the amount of people that have bought the game. And apparently they have sold about 80% of the amount of games that they need to sell in order for them to stay afloat. If you don't know, the developer Salsa Shark that made Chip Flake basically have put all of their bananas in on this one. Like, they're putting all their bets into like this particular game working out, and they ended up spending so much money making the game that like they need to see a return on their investment. So if they don't, they're gonna end up having to shutter the studio, which really makes me sad. But if enough people buy the game, they'll be, at the very least, they will stay as like an afloat business. And at best, they'll also consider doing an expansion for free for people that have bought the game. So I'm kind of hoping, I'm crossing my fingers that enough people pick up this game. If you don't know what it is, here, I'm gonna... I don't know. I like these guys. I like what they've done. Here, I'll post it over in... I'll post it over in the Twitch. And also, I will, I'll send it off to you,
What if my computer
Kyle.
has very limited resources and I don't have Twitch up?
Oh, no, that's fair. There we go. Super Chip Flake. Quest for the uncooked schnitzel. If you don't know what it is, it's just a campy, like, indie platformer fun adventure game.
I see.
It's not the next Citizen Kane, but I don't care. It make me happy. It's just adorable. I think it'd be kind of cool if these guys like stuck around in some capacity. And I hope they do. I think it'd just be nice. I think, like, things will be right in the world if they get the ability to stick around. But anyway, it is available on PC and also on the Switch. And in fact, it was designed for the Switch to be as efficient as possible with like a crisp 60 frames per second. So, if you got yourself a mobile Switch device, dive on in. Love that the whole premise of it is you are hungry. You want a schnitzel. Go get it. Very simple. They're not trying to make some like, crazy 3-part act or something. It is very much just a like the plot is kind of only there to kind of rubber band all of the pieces together. And you're there for the pieces, You're there for like the fun platforming mechanics. You're there to do the fun collectathon thing. You're there to like you're there for the humor, honestly. Like you're there for a lot of like the funny moments. It's just fun and wholesome. And I enjoy fun and wholesome. And in general, I've just been following a lot of stuff that Chip Flake has made over the course of like several years, and like I appreciate their work. I appreciate their YouTube channel. I appreciate their friends as well, Why are you guys talking about the toaster in the corner? I mean, what do you mean there's a toaster in the corner? Nothing's happening. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not very good at selling this, am I? You can tell. See, you can tell whenever I come up with a really stupid bit. You can tell that, like, it's a bit that I have put no thought into. And I'm just like, let's go with it. Spoilers, if it wasn't going to be like just sitting in the corner, it was going to be my face. I wasn't sure what it was going to be. Hey, Sun God's back with food. What kind of food? It's a schnitzel. Feed me. Plot twist, this free expansion that may happen if they get properly funded manages to make getting a schnitzel into a Shakespearean tragedy or a tragicomedy. That'd be kind of funny. I'm fairly certain what they talked about was there's like a woods area that they plan to open up at some point. But like they sort of tease it in the game, but they make a point to say like, yeah, it won't happen if they don't get enough money for it. I think they can kind of tell the writing's on the wall to a certain extent, and they're kind of worried about the idea that they're not going to stick around. And that's a tragedy in and of itself, man. It's like, I know a lot of games that I remember playing back in my childhood that I'm like, dude, I could go for a sequel for this, and then it never happens. And you're like, gosh darn it. Speaking of sequels that will never happen again, Treasure Planet. I just remembered that. I went and I watched Treasure Planet in the server not too long ago. Finally, after everybody poking me, being like, you haven't seen it? So I've seen it. I can now confirm. It's a good movie. It's unfortunate that Disney just doesn't make films like that anymore. Ooh, burgers my mom made and fries I cooked in the air fryer. Oh, air fryer fries. Ooh, those are good. Alas, my poor schnitzel. I knew it well for about 10 minutes. Then I dropped it on the floor. And then I got sad because I had to get a new one. If I had to get a new schnitzel after like the events of that game, I think I'd be kind of annoyed.
I donated an entire pot pie to my living room carpet once.
Oh. That probably left a funny mark. Could we hypothetically make a schnitzel with the toaster that's in the corner? Usually when you're making a schnitzel, it requires you to cook a thin slice of meat in oil on a pan. I don't believe that toaster can do that.
Unfortunately, oil, I believe, is conductive.
Yeah,
you fry that toaster before you fry the schnitzel.
I don't think that's a good idea. No. Carpet ate good that day. Be careful, lest it hunger for more. Just like every day you go down to carpet level and just be like, here, my son, consume.
May you,
one day
once
you will
that
be
live
big
within
and
you, feed well.
Yes. It's sort of like Little Shop of Horrors. Feed me, Seymour! Why is the carpet talking? Fry the toaster. I don't like house fires. I'm fine without that. Thank you. I think I will be a happier person if you don't set my house on fire.
Can
I
I
was
stop
talking about that the
sneezing,
other day.
please?
I was thinking about that the other day. I feel very fortunate that I have never dealt with anything related to a house fire. Like, I don't think I've ever had like any sort of like, grease get out of hand. I've never had like, a tree go up in flames. I've never had my heater do anything stupid. I've never had like an electric cord do anything that would have been bad. Closest I feel like
I was in a fire situation once. And no, not that time I caught fire.
Oh,
that was different.
I was about to say, like, I know what this is going towards. Maybe I don't.
No, my grandma lived in a apartment complex, and she had an apartment. Well, one day, all of a sudden, the fire alarm goes off. So we stuff me and my grandmother, while I was visiting her, stuffed like shirts and towels and stuff in in the top and bottom of the doorway. We just kind of waited it out. After a while, the alarm goes off, or the alarm ceases, and we move on with our lives. Well, we found out that someone in the apartment complex went insane and lit their couch on fire.
What the fuck? I have so many questions, and I'm sure you have no answers.
Oh no, I was a kid. I have no answers for you. I was more concerned about the Legos I wanted to sink in the sink.
Fuck your cat. Sink in the sink.
Yeah, you fill the sink up with water, you build a structure out of Legos, and you put it in the water and wait for it to sink.
I'm assuming the Legos aren't going down the drain.
No.
That was what I thought. Just like, you're going to meet the Ninja Turtles, my Lego minions.
No. No, I just love building structures and for some reason watching it slowly sink as the water seeps through the Legos.
That is weird.
It was the most amusing thing for me. I had ADHD. What do you want from me?
I don't blame you. Like, I had a lot of weird things that I remember doing as a kid, and I'm just like, why did I do that? I'm sure there are a couple. I'm trying to remember a few. God. I remember doing a lot of things because I was bored. I remember that. One time I remember, I was bored while I was outside, and I think I was just lying on the ground. No. Great start. I was lying on the ground, not really doing anything. And then I just decided, like, hey, I got this sort of, like, partially transparent, like, plastic pail for, like, the sandbox. I'm gonna put it over my face. And then I did. And, like, you know, it didn't have any breathing holes or anything like that because obviously it's it's a pail. You don't have holes in a pail. Now, don't worry, this doesn't lead to an asphyxiation story. But, like, I basically just, like, kept it on my face, and then I just, like, stared out into the sky. And then I took the pail off of my face, and I noticed that, like, the color all around, like, you know the thing when your eyes, like, adjust to the white balance of wherever they're looking? And so, you know, you take, like, your head out of, like, one environment of light, and then, like, all the colors look different. I was mystified. I was like, oh, how I do that? And then I did it over and over and over again, and I was like contented for like the entire afternoon.
Something as simple as a pail entertained you for an entire day.
I miss being a kid sometimes. I'm just like, man, now I gotta play video games with explosions and fireworks and stupid characters.
I actually experienced the same phenomenon when I was skiing. My dad bought me a set of skiing goggles, and they were the ones with the orange tint.
Oh yeah, man. So so if it was orange tint, I'm guessing that means when you took the lenses off, that made all like the snow and stuff look like green or something.
Yeah. Made everything look blue-ish.
Which, you know,
like more blue.
It's winter. People kind of associate winter with blue. That's not bad. Oh, also, Farrell is talking about a story here. My legs are randomly numb and not cooperating with walking. That's scary. I don't know if you have anybody in your household or like your location that knows about that or not. If you haven't told anybody yet, you probably should. And just keep that in mind and like pay close attention to it. And if it gets worse or if like it doesn't improve, I would recommend you see somebody about that. Oh, wait. Oh, you're in the ER right now. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry. I didn't read that part.
Oh,
Farrell,
you're dealing with it already. Good.
Okay, all right, all right. Yeah, I hope you're doing okay then. Whoa, that's scary. I'm sorry to hear you're in that situation. And thank you for the clarification, Firefeet. God, my brain just sort of skipped over that one. He's like that. The record in my mind just went. My little brother loved playing with water when he was a toddler, so much so that he would play with the toilet water. Yep. Sounds about right.
Yep,
what other
that checks
dumb
out.
stuff? What other dumb stuff did I do when I was younger? The staff are very nice, and the paramedic kept me calm. I guess that's all you can hope for. Oh man, that reminds me. God, I was just thinking earlier today about my ER visit when I, when I tripped on the stairs and screwed up my foot. That happened a while ago. I think that was about like 3 or 4 months now, I want to say. And it's funny because even now, like, my foot more or less feels just fine, but it's still like there's a soreness to it sometimes. Where like depending on the time of day or the temperature, it just like it feels sort of achy. Or if I've been on it for a long period of time, it's like a little bit
Welcome to getting old.
Well, it's like it's a combination of getting old and also like an injury that will unfortunately probably stick with me for the rest of my frickin' life.
Yup. Welcome to it.
Until we figure out robotics.
Oh, hell yeah. Turn me into a cyborg.
Yeah! I want a
Strength
funny
and
robot arm.
certainty of steel.
Yeah. Dude, I want to be able to not pay. Like, all I care about is making sure that I'm well oiled. That's it. After that, just, you have inherent strength. Forever.
That sounds very undemocratic of you.
Fun fact, my parents... I just got that. Anything can be bought with the right oil. Quando, hello. I have cheesecake. What kind?
E710.
I need specifics. My paramedic got engaged at a Shrek rave. What? What do you mean? I feel I need more information. More data required, please. And also key lime pie. Very nice. I did just recently celebrate somebody's birthday not too long ago, and like, oh boy, their cake was rich as heck. And also, they got a whole bunch of like movies and DVDs, and I was sitting there just being like, I'm jealous. I'm currently taking a whole lot of DVDs and Blu-rays and stuff, and I'm ripping them. Kind of want to borrow them. Can I borrow them? I know you just got them and all that, but can I borrow them? We were talking about my fiance as one does, of course, and I brought up how I proposed. Oh, okay. Interesting. Man, that Shrek rave thing is going to haunt my nightmares, though. Like, how does that work? Is it like the DJ is dressed as Shrek? Is it, is it nothing but remixes of music from the Shrek movies? Does it have nothing to do with Shrek aside from the green ambiance? Is it a combination of all of it? Oh, my brain. Shrek themed. Ooh. Oh, dude, I could see it. So, yeah, okay, so a whole bunch of, like, storybook elements and things. I can see that. Again, possibly, like, green glow bracelets or something. It's Shrek. That guy was everywhere, and everywhere was him. Oh, absolutely. Shrek is another one of those movies that I've got on my list of things that we need to watch during the watch parties, by the way. At some point. It's a classic. Legacy. Fun fact, actually. I remember I watched Shrek in theaters. I was there. I was there when the when the scrolls were being written. What a time to be alive. But here's another interesting fun fact. I was initially going to go and see a different movie that day. Specifically, I was going to watch Crocodile Dundee 2. And I don't know what... Actually, come to think of it, I'm going to look this up real quick. Crocodile Dundee 2. First of all... Here. Wait, 1988? That must be something. What? Hold on. Crocodile Dundee sequels? There was a sequel that came out in like 2003 or something, right? Maybe it wasn't 2. It was Crocodile Dundee something. Here, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna see whether or not maybe I can find it. Oh, okay. I think it was Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles, now that I see it. Possibly. I think that movie came around at the exact same time as Shrek. Anyway, what was the reviews for that? The budget was 25 million and the box office was 39.4 million. Ouch. So you just made your money back, eh? Oh, okay. So let me look this up. What was the critics' reviews for Crocodile Dundee 2? I would like to know. Hospital warm blankets. Ooh. The first and second movies are legit really good and compelling movies once you get past the somebody. Yeah. Damn memes. Okay, let me see here. 48. Actually, 4.8 out of 10, according to IMDb. And what about the other Crocodile Dundees? Okay. Crocodile Dundee 2 was 5.7 out of 10. And Crocodile Dundee 1 is 6.7 out of 10. So this is just like a real nice, like, plummet. It's just plummeting into the ground, basically. Okay, all right. Anyway, so what I'm saying here, this is a very long diatribe way of me saying I had really bad tastes in movies. And I was going to see Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles. And it turned out that, like, when I went there, the projector for the film apparently had some sort of problem. I'm not entirely sure what the issue was. They didn't tell us. But, you know, now that I've had experience with movie projectors, I have a theory as to what it was. So, like, we were sitting in the theater, and then we started hearing the music for the movie playing in the background, but we couldn't see any of the visuals. And the music in the background was only there for a very brief period. And then the entire thing, like, just cut off. And then they turned back on the, the lights in the theater. So I was sitting there like, oh, that's weird. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I got a theory as to what it was. I'm willing to bet the light bulb burned out. So I remember light bulbs in those projectors, it didn't happen often, but those light bulbs do go out. And when they do go out, unfortunately, it is not easy to replace them. You have to, like, get somebody who is specially trained to handle the light bulbs, because those things are actually underneath, like, some significant pressure. And if you drop them, they're gonna go boom. So, yeah, working with them is a little bit sensitive. So you need somebody to actually do that work. And then it's a really slow process of, like, opening the thing up, like unscrewing stuff, opening up a hatch, and, like, pulling the bulb out, and then getting the replacement one. It's not going to take a long time, but it's definitely going to take long enough that you can't do that all in, like, a split second thing, like boom, boom, finish. So, what happened was one of the employees that was working there was like, hey guys, bad news. It looks like this projector is broken at the moment and needs to be repaired. We apologize for the inconvenience. You could do one of two things. You can either come to the front and you can get a full refund for your ticket. Or two, we will allow anyone who came in to watch this movie go to any of the other theaters that happen to be running at the time. And I decided, like, okay, well, I kind of made a plan to watch a movie today, and I don't have a lot of other things to do right now. And I don't feel like futzing around with the refunds. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. Let's go watch one of the other movies that happens to be running right now. Let's go check out Shrek. Best fucking idea I've ever had. Because it turns out Shrek was probably millions of times better and more classic than Crocodile Dundee ever could have. So, there's your funny story for me. Like, it was kind of fate that I ended up seeing Shrek in theaters. He's good. He's great. I have no strong liking nor dislike towards the Shrek movies, but I do really like the musical. I've heard of the musical, have not personally seen it. Firefee says, one movie that I remember loving as a kid, though I can't remember if I should or shouldn't have been watching it at my age, was Master of Disguise. Oh.
That's one that keeps coming up.
Oh no. So, if you guys were here for one of those streams that I did not too long ago, I was sitting down with the chat and we were discussing like what are the top 200 worst movies of all time, based off of like Rotten Tomatoes ratings and stuff. And one of those movies that was on that list is Master of Disguise. I've seen that movie more times than I'm willing to admit, and it's not good. It's not good. Aquando even says, I love Master of Disguise. Okay, if you've seen Master of Disguise, you have to admit it's not good. Like, from the standpoint of what is a good movie or what is a bad movie, it doesn't go in the good category. You can say you like it. Don't get me wrong. Like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, there's so much stuff in Master of Disguise that just sits like rent-free in my brain. I have to say that at the very least I like it. But you would be lying if you said it was a good movie. No, it's an enjoyably bad movie. Oh no, it's a bad movie. It was so funny. Yeah, no, exactly. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, Master of Disguise is objectively bad. We can definitely say that for sure. It's kind of like how, you know what? Honestly, the Spy Kids movies. Do you remember those? I remember I watched all three of them. I don't remember much about them aside from Steve Buscemi, which is weird. But like, I watched all of the Spy Kids movies. Oh, there's a fourth one? Okay, I haven't watched all of the Spy Kids movies. I've watched 3 of them. Okay. And let's be real here. They're not good. They're really not good. And they only progressively get worse as the series goes on. But it gets worse in an entertaining way, if that makes sense. You know? In a, like, wow, they're really doing this, aren't they? It's like, oh, we're in a video game now? Oh, okay, sweet. They aren't good, but they're fun. Yep, exactly. Shark Boy and Lava Girl is in the same boat. Yes! Yes, it is. Especially considering frickin' George Lopez. I think George Lopez was in that movie, and he was like the weird alien guy. Am I right in that? Am I remembering this properly? I think that was the movie. Just got an EKG and I'm back. Hi, Farrell. I hope you're doing okay. Mr. Electric Dad. Spy Kids movie, which was 3/3D. Yeah, I remember I rented Spy Kids 3 from my my local movie renting place, and they had the 3D glasses and all that jazz. I watched it. Yeah. I'm shaking you. I'm shaking you. Am I right? Let me send him to the principal's office and have him expelled. Hooked up to the heart monitor too, just to keep a safe eye on it. I hope you're doing okay, Farrell. I've said it several times, but I continue to hope you're doing okay. Oh. And by the way, like, I'm kind of... I don't want anybody to make a habit of this, obviously. Like, I don't want people to be like, hi, I'm in, like, a terrifying life situation right now. Hey, let's boot into Bitstream. I'm not going to say you shouldn't, either. Like, you know, I'm not making fun of you for it or anything. It's just kind of perplexing to me that, like, out of all the things that you could be enjoying right now at this very moment, you're like, you know what? I'm going to boot up Bitstream and watch it while I'm in the middle of the hospital. Like, that's kind of wild to me. Thank you. Thank you for your time. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm just bored, and sometimes hospitals are boring. Oh, I feel that. Yeah, no. Especially, like, when you're in the ER and you've got, like, 10 people that are in front of you, and you're all waiting to see one doctor. Been there. I know.
I'm currently free falling at 80,000 feet. I'm bored out of my mind, so I decided to boot up a Bitstream.
Just like, hey, Pit, just wanted to let you know, I've had fun watching your streams. My parachute failed to open, so, I've appreciated you while I could. Have a good one.
Looking forward to seeing if I survive.
Yeah. If I survive the impact, I'll send you a message. If I don't, I either didn't survive or my phone broke. One of the two. I'll let you know. It's freaking horrifying. I'm in my own room, so no disturbing the others. Hey, that's kind of nice. When I went to the emergency room, like, they didn't give you a separate room all that much. Like, you were basically, like, they wheeled you in. They had you do all of the stuff that you needed to have done. You know, like, they did x-rays, they, like, you know, checked your blood pressure, blah, 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 blah. And then the second that they no longer needed you to be back there, they kicked you back to the lobby. Just being like, get the f*** out of there. They care, but, you know, like, they can only care so much when they have at least, like, 12 other people behind you that are just like, hi, not doing so good. My husband ate a golf ball.
Problems here.
My spleen is on the outside. For every person
that's supposed to be on the inside of my body.
Yeah. For every person who dreams up the electric light bulb, there is the one who dreams up the atom bomb, Shark Boy and Lava Girl. You know, I really hope that's not the case, because, like, we'd have a lot of atom bombs. Soul says, I've had my fair share of long and boring hospital trips. Also, strangely and ironically, because my legs also suck and give up on me. Whoa, weird. Leg friends. In Canadian places, they have little rooms with a curtain at the front, but it's really busy, and then maybe it happens. Oh, so you're Canadian, is that right? Is that what I can determine here? In your case, you're lucky you even saw a doctor to begin with. Because, like, oh, dear Lord. Yeah, you're not going to be paying for it, but, like, you're going to take 12 years to find it. Born and raised. Mazel tov. Very thankful that you're living somewhere that isn't where I live. 3 cheers. Let's see. What else has been going on as of recently that we could talk about? Or, like, in any other weird childhood stories that I remember that I'm just like, whoa. I know I've probably got a couple of them rattling around.
A story from my mother about when we had a dud firework.
Ooh.
It was close to 4th of July, and one of the things that I would regularly do to keep myself entertained was I would start a fire in the back fire pit. I don't know why, but fire just mesmerizes me. Even after it hurt me severely.
Right.
I just can't get over it. So, in order to keep me fascinated for hours at a time, I was encouraged to start fires in the fire pit. Well, it was close to 4th of July. We had fireworks. So we lit a few of them off, but one of them was a dud. Fuse went down, but it didn't light. Oh, well. So, just for giggles, I threw it into the fire pit.
Yeah, I saw this coming.
Nothing happened for like 10 minutes. I'm just sitting there poking at the fire. But all of a sudden I just see... and I just book it. As all of a sudden all the fireworks just go... Or the one firework... Or the powder inside the firework all lights up at once.
Right.
So it was a little bit of a dazzling show, but also very loud. My mother remembers seeing the flashes of light, looking down at the explosion, only to find that my chair was suddenly empty. Just instantaneously. She looks down to see if I'm there. I'm just poking at the fire. Turns away, hears a bang, sees a flash of light, looks down, and the chair's just empty.
Oh dear. Well, at least you had some pretty quick feet there. You know, God, that story is awfully reminiscent of another one that I've got, where we were having some fireworks festivities when I was a kid, and we were just sort of like, we were doing the customary thing of like, we had a bonfire, and like there were a couple of chairs that were scattered around the bonfire, but at the time nobody was over at the bonfire. We were all like sort of surrounding where we had a bunch of like fireworks that were lighting off, and we were watching the fountains and the festivities, and we were like, ooh, pretty lights. Unbeknownst to us, one of the younger people in the family was taking all of the spent shells, and they were throwing them into the fire. We did not know they were doing that. And as it turns out, one of the fireworks that we tried to light off was a dud. And that firework ended up in the fire pit. And so we're all just like, watching the festivities. And then from behind us, we suddenly hear, Fear! And we're like, what the fuck? And I guess, the fire eventually managed to get to the gunpowder and started, making the fountain start happening again. Luckily, it didn't last for too long, and nobody was there at the time, so, like, we survived. But that was very scary for a moment. Yeah, Farrell, don't mind too much about your heart rate, because, like, the more you think about it, the more it's gonna, like, do the funny bouncy thing. Hospital Wi-Fi hates me. Ah, gosh darn it. Nurse was nice and speedy getting me a room, and in true Canadian culture, they're super nice. Well, that's good to know. I hate to be I hate to be a little bit of a jerk on that one, but like, you know what? Jerks exist in many different forms and form factors all across this great globe of ours, and I actually I have been in circumstances where I've run into some Canadians that like migrated from up there to down to the Midwest that like in hindsight they weren't great. Like they weren't evil or anything, but they definitely weren't like, oh, howdy neighbor, how you doing? Oh, you seem to be having a good day, don't you know? Like, no, it turned out they were not the greatest. Farrell says we're assholes, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, everybody could potentially be nice, you know. But at the exact same time, everybody's got their little moments here and there where selfishness kind of bleeds over.
I forgot
Firefeast says,
what comic it was.
Canadians who aren't completely polite are banished from Canada. Oh, I see. Understood. I understand perfectly now.
I forget what comic it was too, but there was a phrase that like an idiom or a phrase or something that I remember. Everyone is the hero of their own story and the villain in another's.
Very true. Yeah. Cough, Justin Bieber cough. Fair. Very true. Pierre says they're invited to Canada. Canada. Man. Kyle, I seem to remember, I think you told me a story once about how you were working somewhere, like, relatively close to the Canadian border, and, like, you've had some interesting run-ins with Canadians.
The most common has to be trash left out in the parking lot.
Because who cares? We're on
There was this big
vacation.
black van. There was this big black van. I think it was a Town and Country. The license plate was Canadian, and my buddy, I wasn't there at the time. I think it was at lunch. But my buddy literally sat there watching them as they opened up the side of the van, stared him dead in the eye, pulled out this big 55-gallon bag of trash, and set it in one of the carts in one of the corrals. Staring at him the whole time.
You can't be arsed to find a dumpster, you... What the fuck?
Does my parking lot look like a trash dump to you? Don't answer that.
Yeah, don't answer. Don't make fun of me. I'm doing my best. Firefeast says, one of my favorite Canada jokes is a short about nations discussing World War III. And Canada comes in like, okay, time to teach you the difference between nice and polite. I think I remember. I mean, so I don't know a heck of a lot about this because I don't know. My history lessons aren't that, like, finely detailed, especially when it comes to Canada. I've heard some rumors about how, despite the whole nice thing with Canada, there's apparently been some interesting Geneva Convention things that might have been violated by Canada.
Oh, you want to know about Canadians during war? They were actually pretty vicious in World War II. I don't remember the exact details of some of the stories. But it wasn't all kisses and rainbows, let me tell you.
No. Firefeast says, something, quote, it's not a war crime if it's the first time.
It's not a war crime if it's not wartime.
Ah, yes. Ah, they helped with the D-Day invasion. Oh, yeah. It's just funny how pop culture will, like, just run with the concept of just, like, no, nicest people in the world, swear to God. Not a single evil bone in their body. Canadians were gremlins, to say the least. Like, and this is me in, you know, my stupid American circumstance where I'm like, no, America's always the winners. We never lose a war. No, we've lost several wars, and in retrospect, we've been in a lot of wars where, like, what now?
We'll never tell you we lost a war, but if you look at the details, you can tell that we lost.
Laughs in Vietnamese, says Pierce. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, not only that, but, like, we like to paint ourselves as the good guys every single time. Nope. What's that one quote? It shows up, like, constantly on retweets or like reposts on Blue Sky, and it's like this tweet, and it says like, America is not about that. It's about, checks history book. Oh no. Oh no. That's how I feel sometimes, where I'm just like, yeah, no.
Meanwhile, take a look at all of the Egyptian, Indian, and Chinese artifacts in a British museum.
Oh, yeah. What was that one video I just recently saw from TikTok? It was like, researchers in Egypt have dug up a hidden tomb that's been hidden for thousands of years. And then it cuts to somebody else and he goes, don't open the tomb. And then it cuts back to the research. It's just like, they've dug in and they found several of the, mummified carcasses of many of the deities that existed at the time. Don't disturb the bodies. Found several different ornaments and artifacts that we believe were used for rituals. Don't mess with the artifacts. The artifacts have been brought back for investigation. It's just like, you are asking for the plague!
You keep saying that, and here I am playing Dying Light 2.
Hey, there we go. Also, Pierce posted something funny in memes. It's a crappy drawing of the Lorax, and it says, I am the Lorax, I speak for the trees. The trees say something in Vietnamese. Oh, that's dumb, I love it. Thank you, Pierce. History is written by the victors, but apparently we can't even write well even when we win. Yeah. Very fair. Remember the 6-foot priestess with gold-plated fake eye? What? No, I don't remember that. Firefly says, we found a strangely tall skeleton dressed in female garbs with religious symbols on them, and a false eye made of gold. Don't remove the golden eye from the unusually tall holy woman's skull. I see. That probably has to do with what Quando said. Yes, I see. We are a stupid people. We're just like, yeah, let's disturb this ancient burial ground. It's not like we haven't talked about how that's a bad thing in every single Hollywood movie and every single, like, real world experiences that we've ever talked about ever. Maybe let the dead rest, you idiot. If I remember correctly, the first guy that opened the Pharaoh. Oh. I don't know. There's just, like, so much stuff that feels so foreign and strange about, like, the ruins of Egypt. It just feels like an entire other world. You know what I mean? Oh. The first guy that opened the Pharaoh's tomb died of malaria? There you go. He found the source of plague. And got it. While we're talking about plague and, sickness and stuff, go get your vaccines. If you have access to vaccines, go get them. Okay, go do the thing. Take care of yourself. An infected shaving cut. Oh, darn. Anyway, no, like, about a couple of months ago, I went and I got myself a, Oh, Carl's here. I heard there was a cool toaster. No, there isn't. There isn't a cool toaster anywhere around here. What the heck? Firefy said, not me reading that, as he died of Malaysia and then needed a moment to think. I have suddenly become Florida. Oh, God, no! Everything sucks. Man. Anyway, yeah, no. I am definitely like a a person that supports the idea of getting immunized by like vaccines and all that jazz. I feel that this shouldn't be a political issue at all, and yet for some reason it is. Just go get your vaccine, for God's sakes. We got a lot of diseases that could be just gone now. Agreed. Yippee!
Go get your vaccine. Sponsored by Pharmacura.
I am not behind any particular company, for the love of God. Dying of Malaysia, the pharaoh magicked the entirety of Malaysia into the sky and dropped it on his head. Ah, I see. That makes sense.
Pharmacura was our pharmacy company that makes the Helldivers stims.
Oh, okay. Wow. Went right over my head. Been a while since I've played like either Helldivers or like any other thing.
Don't tell me you missed the invasion of Cyberstan.
I might have. Possibly.
Please report yourself immediately to your nearest democracy officer.
This is not patriotic at all.
Nah, we failed our invasion of Cyberstan.
Oh, darn. Oh, Carl says, "Ah, damn it! I bought bread for nothing." No, you got bread, and now you can enjoy tasty bread slices. It might be a little bit bland, but that's fine.
It became apparent that we were not going to take ascendance, so the SCAF decided to retreat, but the 77th got encircled around Solidaritet. So the Helldivers deployed to take Solidaritet and did so in less than 24 hours. It cost 3 million Helldivers to save 30,000 Seaf troopers. You're welcome, Seaf.
Yeah, but we always win, right? For democracy! Been going through Sonic IDW. Metal Virus Arc is really good. Metal Virus Arc? What is that?
Ooh, the virus.
Natural Remedies is bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. Here, take this aloe vera and rub it on your neck. There you go, you're COVID-free. Hey, there's a Pearson here. I'm assuming this IDW thing is a little bit too complicated.
A little bit. So, are you familiar with anything involving this, like, Sonic comic series?
No, not really.
Okay, so to make a very long story very, very short, the Sonic comics used to be done by a different publishing company called Archie. And
oh, yeah.
The Archie Sonic comics ended. And by ended, I mean they were canceled. So, everything that happened in Archie, just throw it out the window. It doesn't matter anymore. 2 days after that happened, a new Sonic comic was started with a different publisher called IDW. And with the new IDW comics, they said, okay, so Archie was full of a whole bunch of nonsense and a lot of stuff that wasn't really in the games at all and didn't really feel like Sonic in a lot of places. So let's make it so that these new comics are actually canon to the games and follow the game continuity for everything. So they did that, and the new IDW comics pick up right where Sonic Forces left off.
I see.
And that is very, very cool. And the writers of Sonic IDW are actually the writers from Archie. But specifically later Archie, where they actually managed to get their shit together and make good stories for once. It's people like Ian Flynn and Tracy Yardley doing art, and basically like all the good Sonic writers, and it's the same people who also wrote Sonic Frontiers' story and Shadow Generations' story. So they know how to write Sonic.
Cool.
And one of the first arcs that they did in the Sonic IDW stuff was they tried to answer the question of, hey, you remember that whole thing of roboticization from like the Sonic SatAM comics, or Sonic SatAM and
think I vaguely remember
the
that,
old
actually.
tiny Sonic cartoons, where Eggman was trying to just like turn people into robots.
Huh.
Yeah.
I've heard that from somewhere before, actually.
And that idea was just sort of abandoned, like from the 90s, and they never did anything with it. So they said, hey, let's bring that back and let's actually make that concept really, really scary.
Ooh.
So what they
Okay.
did is they had Eggman develop this new technology, which is basically this kind of like silvery goop. And if it touches any living organism, then it automatically converts whatever that thing is. If it's a plant or an animal, doesn't matter. It automatically converts it into a robot. And it also can spread if anyone else touches it.
Oh, that's boy. There's some like Umbrella Corporation bullcrap.
Yeah, so they do that, and then Eggman sends like 2 lackeys to go over and start causing a ruckus, and Sonic has to go over and fight them, and then they activate these backpacks that Eggman gave them and said, activate in case of emergency, and it covers them in the metal goop. And so they become zombies, basically, like zombie robots. So Sonic tries
Right.
to fight them, and then Sonic starts getting infected. And then Sonic realizes that he has to figure out a way to solve this. So he just keeps running really, really fast to try and burn it off, but he can't burn it off completely. So he's trying to deal with that while the infection spreads to other people. And it actually gets really, really messed up, and it's really, really good.
Idiot, you just ran around the entirety of Mobius and now everybody has got the infection. Good job.
Dude, Dr. Nefarious did a much better way of doing that. Have you ever played Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal?
Yes.
You know the Bio-Obliterator.
Yes.
You should probably tell Eggman about that.
Probably.
A lot less messier.
I see.
But yeah, it's a really, really good comic arc, and it also had the unfortunate timing of happening around the same time that COVID was happening in the real world.
Oh no. Oh, that's bad.
But it ended up being really, 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 really cool, and it also had a really, really, really good like final climactic ending to it, and it also had just some really, really awesome imagery in the comics that I highly recommend checking out.
Oh,
Especially
man.
for longtime Sonic fans. They do some really, really awesome stuff in there. There's this one scene where Metal Sonic goes over to a vat of the stuff, and he dips his finger in it, and then it just harmlessly drips off of him because he's already a robot. And then there's just a panel where you see Metal Sonic just staring at it.
What is this? Is
And,
this
like,
children?
You know Metal Sonic because his whole thing is he wants to be Sonic, but he can't do that because he's already a robot, and this is him sort of like realizing that, and it's a really, really good like moment for him.
See, that's interesting and good story writing, I feel. The entire time like we've been talking about this, like the thing sitting in the back of my head is
they
just
have a
like,
lot of really,
you know
really
what?
awesome character moments like that.
I'm just like, you know what? I'll take this over anything Ken Penders.
Oh yeah, Ken has nothing to do with any.
Oh,
this.
I'm sorry.
This is the good Sonic
Ken.
writers. Yes.
Sorry, we do not speak his name.
They also did a one-off comic that it's like a 4-issue miniseries comic that they did called Scrapnik Island. Basically, Sonic and Tails end up on a island in the middle of the ocean where all of Eggman's busted up broken robots wash up to die.
Okay, yeah.
And they come across the Mecha Sonic robot that Sonic killed back in Sonic 3. And basically, the entire story is actually a subtle rewrite of the plot of the Sonic OVA.
Ooh, okay.
And it has like the same similar ending, like where they're both like kind of in an incinerator, and Sonic tries to save Metal Sonic. They do that whole set piece again, and they actually make it work really, really cool. And there's also a part where Mecha Sonic shouts out a line that's a deliberate shout out to Super Mario Bros. Z. So that's canon now too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and the writer of that particular miniseries did confirm that it was an intentional reference to SMBZ.
Kind of, man, it reminds me so much of that one Yakuza line that referenced Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged.
Yes,
Screw
the rules I have money.
Just like,
Yeah.
hey, there's a nerd in here writing for nerds.
Yeah, but it makes sense in context. It doesn't feel forced. It's great.
Man, oh shoot. I don't know why, but like just the talk of like all the broken down robots and things, that reminded me of the Forever Red special for the Power Rangers. Do you remember that?
I don't think I've seen that, no.
Oh no. Oh, it was interesting. So I guess there was just a special that aired, like I think it might have been two completely different stories between the American Power Rangers and like the Super Sentai. I'm not 100% on that one. I think they both take place on the moon though. Not sure. But like I know the plot for the American version, and that was the so like there were a bunch of big bads that were a part of like the current version of the Power Rangers, like, you know, the current villains for Power Rangers at the moment, that they came up with like a harebrained scheme to go to the moon and reactivate Serpentera, which was a, you know, a serpent robot being that existed within, I believe, the first Power Rangers. I believe it was like a robot that was piloted and like controlled by Lord Zed. A, you know, very old school evil thing that they were going to bring back, which would have been really, really bad. And so the original Red Ranger for like Power Rangers in space, I believe his name was Andros, was staking out and like, you know, monitoring them on the moon. And then when he found out their plan, he went back to Earth and he collected all of the Red Rangers from like every season of Power Rangers up to that point, got them all together, managed to somehow like revitalize everybody's Ranger power. Who the hell knows how that happened? And then they all went to the moon and they all fought. And it was so cool. If you have never looked up the Forever Red transforming sequence, it's glorious because they don't skip on it. Every single morphing transition that they ever had in the show, they did it all at the same time, like in a row, where they're just like, you know, it's just like, it's morphin' time, shift into zero, go galactic, and you're just like, yes. So much hype.
Nice.
It made me happy. Anyway, yeah, look that up next time you get a chance. If you're a Power Rangers nerd, I guess.
Yes. And if you're curious about reading the Sonic IDW stuff, there's a team on YouTube who did dubs of like the first 30-ish issues of the comic, which covers the entire Metal Virus arc. Ooh. And I think they're called Adrenaline dubs, and they do some really, really good like editing and video like work to make it look more. They do as much as you can with it without just fully animating it because it's a comic, but they make it really, really, really good and engaging to watch. So I highly recommend checking them out.
I've seen some pretty good comic dubs in the past that like do a lot of really fun little trickery with just, you know, composition and movement of items to make it as animated as you can, considering it's a comic. So I can see what you mean. Like, you know, I can imagine it in my head and brain space.
Nice.
You're talking about Ken Penders making Scourge. Who's Scourge?
I'm not sure Scourge was invented by Ken Penders. Scourge is basically another like evil Sonic character. He's Sonic, but he's green and he's an asshole from another dimension.
Oh, I've seen this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I found the Sonic wiki on them. Formerly known as Anti-Sonic or Evil Sonic, appears in the Sonic the Hedgehog comic series, and it's a spin-off published by Archie Comics. Oh, okay. What was Ken Penders on the Archie team?
He was part of the earlier Archie team, yes.
Okay.
But I think once Archie hit, like, it was like their 100-something issue, And Ken started doing his dumb whole "I own all of these characters and you don't" dumb lawsuit nonsense. And so Sega and Archie just said, okay, you know what, screw this. And they actually kind of rebooted the entire Archie comic at that point. Like in universe, they just hit a big reset button. So most of Ken's stuff has been out of the series for a long while, even back when it was still with Archie.
Yeah, good. You gotta
I think
love
that
when
happened
somebody
around,
just
like,
decides to go
2011 when Sonic
AWOL.
Generations was happening.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, it's mine and I get to choose what happens with them. It's like, well, we own the IP. Frickin' jerkwad.
Yeah, like it's pretty obvious that anybody who creates a character for like a Sonic comic, that character is owned by Sega and that publisher. Like,
Mhm.
even though you wrote them, you're working with someone else's franchise. You
Right.
don't own those characters.
Especially, I mean, like, I could understand to a certain extent if, like, you made a Sonic fan comic and you made an OC or a character in a Sonic fan comic, and then later on down the line, you took that character and you spun it off in something else. That I can understand. But, like, if you've given up this character and you have incorporated it directly into, like, if you were paid by the people that make the thing to include that character in the thing, you don't own the thing. They own the they own the thing. You sign a contract that says they own the thing.
Yeah, you sign a contract that says that you're playing in someone else's sandbox and you don't own the contents of that sandbox. And then Archie goes over and puts that contract in a warehouse that burns down later, and then they don't have it later when Archie gets sued by you. That's what happens.
Well, that's really stupid. Now
Yeah.
I'm just imagining, like, some angry kid who's just like, no, I made this sandcastle. I want to take it home. It's just like,
Yeah.
buddy, you know, you no. The more you scream, I'm different than you, he only made more comparisons between them. I'm the better Sonic! Only served to prove that he was anti-Sonic, not unique, not free to be his own person. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
They did with the new IDW comics, they did invent a new character who's basically Scourge, but they're called something different and they look slightly different. And they're also like way better written. The new character is called Surge. And they have the exact same color scheme. They're just not a hedgehog, they're a Tenrec.
Let me look up Surge. I think I might know what you're talking about. Yeah, let me see. Sonic fandom. Yes, I know this one. Specifically because
Yeah.
I follow a bunch of people that love this character.
Yeah, because the character's really, really fun. People really like this character.
I forget. There was an artist that was on the team for the IDW comics that like made a little animatic of Surge to the sound of the options menu from Sonic Spinball. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I've seen that one. It's like the horrible,
Yeah.
like electric, ear crunching music, and Surge was like using electric
It's
powers. God, I should find that. Hold on a second. It's not good enough to like not see it. Let me see.
All right, I have an idea for a new death battle.
Found it. There, I'm gonna post it in the chat so you guys can take a look at it. There we go. New death battle, you say?
Styx the Goblin versus Snikch or Deathmaster Snikch.
You said Stitch the Goblin? What?
Styx the Goblin.
Styx the Goblin. I need to look this up. What? Who?
No, it's an idea for a new death battle.
Okay.
I just thought it would be
Okay.
cool.
Right, I'm trying to. So wait, Styx the Goblin?
STYX, the Goblin.
Oh, it's STYX. I spelled it wrong. Of Orcs and Men? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
That one.
All right, so Styx the Goblin versus who now?
Deathmaster Snikch.
Oh, Warhammer.
Yeah. Otherwise known as Anime Rat.
Looks pretty rad.
I don't
Hold
know.
on a
I think
second.
it'd be a neat battle.
I'm gonna toss these pictures at myself and throw them on the screen just because he's funny. I don't know either of these characters, but like they intrigue me. Here. Now I just have the Sonic Spinball music stuck in my head.
Honestly, I think Snikch would win. Just because he's assassinated several high members of other societies. And he grew up in Skaven society, which is not easy.
Your guess is as good as mine. Or actually, your guess is better than mine, because I don't know either of them. Here we go. So here's Styx. Oh. Look at this guy. He looks like he's going to, like, pawn off all my gold secretly. I don't know what. Something about that. And then
he probably
here
would,
is,
too.
then here's Snitch. I don't want to fight them in a back alley. Holy shit.
Definitely not.
Holy crap. I see, it appears you sent me some things here.
Oh yeah, I sent you key art for the Metal Virus arc, and also a picture of Surge.
Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's Surge. Ooh, creepy. Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's actual, like, official art for the comic. That's
Why
not
do
fan
I
art.
get Sonic EXE feelings from this? Gosh darn it. There it is. Very stylish. Holy crap.
It's really good art.
Like, you can't get any more iconic than that. Like, wow.
Mm-hmm. They have really, really good artists.
Mm-hmm. Frickin' style. Here we go. Surge the Tenrec, who paired with Kit the Fennec, the pair were captured, basically forcibly cyberized and brainwashed to be the anti-Sonic duo, with Surge's electrical powers getting to Tails' fear of lightning and Kit's water powers getting to Sonic's fear of water. You know, it's funny that, like, Tails has a fear of lightning? Dude works with machines and, like, electrics all the time.
But
yeah,
he also
Tails
flies.
doesn't like lightning.
Very weird.
Getting struck by lightning would be terrifying.
Yeah, and
And his favorite food is mint candy.
Whose?
Tails.
Tails? He likes mint?
Yep. He likes mint. Specifically mint candy.
What a weird fun fact. Why is that? Is there any particular reason? It's just like, I just do.
I guess it's the same reason Sonic likes chili dogs. He just does.
Oh, yeah, just like that. No particular reason. In fact,
And
like,
Knuckles
you know,
likes
Sonic
grapes.
liking chili dogs is kind of like it goes against his ability to be able to run and not have the runs.
And yeah, Knuckles likes grapes.
Oh, interesting.
And also the design of Surge's sidekick. His name is Kit, and he's specifically based on the design of the final boss of Klonoa 2, and I think that's really cool.
Wow. I'm gonna look this up. Hold on a
If
second.
you want to, the final boss of Klonoa 2, his name is the King of Sorrow.
Kit the Fennec, you say?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh. Water elemental. I like them already.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
Pierce
can,
has linked
he
me.
has a he has a backpack that he can use to basically create water tails, and he uses that to attack people, and it's specifically really effective against Sonic because Sonic can't swim.
Pierce has sent me a stupidly aesthetic picture of Kit. Like, holy
It's
shit.
cool.
Also, I just accidentally pulled my multiple outputs window out of order here. God damn it.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's me. That's my stupid. Where the heck? Oh no. I closed out of the window. Where'd you go? Let me see. Tools? Where's oh wait, docs, multiple output. Oh, there we go, thank God. See, I've got a really crappy wireless mouse that like I currently have hidden underneath a desk here, and every once in a while, it just decides it no longer wants to be connected to my computer anymore. So like, and then it like unclicks on whatever I'm clicking on, and then it reclicks it, which is fun. I really need to get this thing wired in. Anyway, super aesthetic picture.
Mhm.
Holy shit. You don't mess with the child.
Yeah, that's Surge's companion. They're basically the tails to Surge's Sonic,
Ah. That's adorable.
and they can manipulate water, and yeah, they are very cool.
I want to poke them.
Yes.
Tails made Tumblr in the Sonic world. Wait, straight up,
Yeah,
he
that's
just
canon.
like invented basically like the equivalent of Tumblr.
Pretty much. Yeah.
We live in a world
st-
where, like, you know, we live in a world where, like, you know, 10-year-olds have made super popular apps for kids. So, like, that's not that far-fetched. And also,
Yeah, starting in Sonic Unleashed, Tails basically got this giant iPad called the Miles Electric, and in later Sonic media, then Tails has a Tumblr-like website on it, and it's all branded with his stuff, so it's implied that he built the social media site. Also, that's the final boss of Klonoa 2.
Neato. There's something very, like, Kirby final boss about this guy.
A little bit, yeah.
An event where we saw a PC screen and the Tumblr app had Tails' twin tails. Okay.
Yeah.
Surge has a big confrontation with Sonic, basically the Batman problem of, why doesn't he kill Eggman? To which Sonic replies, the one thing I hold over all is freedom. If I make myself judge, jury, and executioner, I'm taking that freedom from people, and I can't bear that. Ah, so he's a wuss. Nah, I get that, though. I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Robots, on the other
basically,
hand, yeah, you can break as many of those as you want. They don't have feelings.
Yeah, Surge's whole basic backstory is there was this other crazy scientist guy named Starline, and he really looked up to Eggman and wanted to be a cool, big scientist, big, crazy criminal mastermind just like Eggman is. And he actually was Eggman's partner in the comics for a while, but eventually he realized that Eggman doesn't fully think all of his plans through and can often do some very boneheaded, stupid decisions, like unleashing a giant metal virus on the entire world without building a vaccine first.
I mean, I don't see it. I don't see it. He's definitely a thinker.
So
He
eventually
makes
he
plans.
decided to split off and do his own thing, and one of his plans to fully take out Sonic was, I'm going to kidnap 2 random people and then I'm going to brainwash them into hating Sonic and wanting to kill him above all else. And I'm also going to give them electric powers, and the other one's going to have water powers, and I'm also going to make sure that they always support each other. That way they always have, like, one of them could be a Sonic, and the other one could be the Tails to that Sonic. Because that's the reason why Sonic always wins, is because he has his stupid friends. So I'm going to make sure my character has their own stupid friend. So that was his thought process. And he did that. And he also made it so that none of them can remember anything about what their old lives were like before he kidnapped them and turned them into this. So Surge is fully aware of that happening and also really hates Starline, but also because of that conditioning, also hates Sonic. And specifically hates Sonic because he's had so many opportunities to just kill Eggman in the past and didn't. And if he had done that, Surge wouldn't be in this situation.
I could see that, honestly. Yeah.
So that's basically what Surge's whole deal is, and seeing how that plays out and how Sonic has to deal with it, and how the characters like play off each other, it's a really, really good it's a really good and engaging conflict to see.
I could see it, yeah. Many layers to that one.
Yeah, the
The
comics
OG
are good.
Badniks held trapped animals in them, so destroying them is giving those animals freedom. Yeah, point. But not no more. Now they're just robots.
And the Sonic fan base also really, really likes Surge. So some of them have taken to like animating a lot of scenes involving Surge and doing like their own fan voices for him. And some of them are really, really good. So I'm going to post one that I really like, which is the scene where Surge meets Sonic. Someone did a full CG animation of it. And yeah, it's just cool.
Ooh, pretty.
Yeah.
I will say, one thing I really appreciate is like a good like 3D artist that goes in the style of 2D. And I get that kind of a vibe from this Studio 2K Doppler. It feels very like like everything is animated in in like CG 3D and whatnot, but like aesthetically speaking, it's a little bit more, like color wise, shading wise, it feels like it's trying to replicate 2D. And anybody that can like do a good job of replicating sort of a 2D visual to like 3D, I appreciate. Spider-Verse, hello. Spider-Verse basically just feels
yes,
like
definitely.
a comic. A very aesthetic comic.
Yeah. So yeah, the comics are cool.
I'm reading like every single ounce of the lore dump that you guys are dropping, and it's just like, man, I'm not 100% on a lot of this stuff, but I see the excitement.
Yes, and people are also really, really excited about the comics right now because in the most recent arc that they're doing, they finally hit the point where Sonic Frontiers happened. So that means that Sage finally was able to show up.
Oh, fancy. Okay. Well, hey, timing's great. I will be playing Sonic Frontier sometime very shortly. So, hey, maybe I was a little worried about the idea that I was playing Sonic Frontiers like so late into its existence, but like, now that there's a little bit of an IDW thing going on, maybe people would be interested in watching somebody play it now.
Yeah, it's all good.
Hey. Exciting, fun, looking forward to it. Okay. What other stuff do I got lined up here? We've been going for a while. I don't have a heck of a lot more to say today, and in general, I kind of just want to chill out and relax for the rest of the night. especially since I've had like a particularly busy and kind of frustrating week. So it'd be nice to just sort of like,
Sorry.
no, you do not need to apologize for something you didn't do.
I'm sorry that you're going through it, and I hope that things are better soon.
I hope so. I mean, honestly, like, it's a fun little combination of IRL things and also the stupidity of what's already happening. I don't even think I need to talk about it. Do I even need to say it? Probably don't. We know. Anyway. Yeah, no, I think this will just about do it for the stream. I would like to chill out for the rest of the night. But before we go, is there any streams that I want to send you guys over to? I see that Markatoto is currently doing a thing. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Okay.
That sounds
I
fun.
I might throw you guys their way then. Here, let me pull up their stream here. Clocking into my Pokemon Mystery Dungeon job. It's a living. Very funny. Okay, yeah. I'll go ahead and send you guys off there. Just love gushing about the intricacies of the funny fast blue boy. Hope you have a good night. Oh, absolutely no problem. Dude, hyperfixation is sometimes the best fixation. It makes me happy because I'm just like, well, I feel the energy that's just seeping off of you. It's bleeding onto me. And also, I need to... What do I do with this toaster in the corner now? God, I started up all this bit. Now I'm just like... what do I do with you? Anyway, let me set up a raid for... Mark... Jodo. There we go. I think I've spelled it properly. Keep it. We will eventually forget it's there. Either that or it's going to become like, a regular stream meme. Like Synth and Tutter. Tutter is just always there, always judging. Ever present. Never blinking. Then one day remove it and people will be like, what happened? Where? What? And nobody will be able to register exactly what's wrong. People will just be like, something's gone, something's missing, but I can't figure out what. That sounds hilarious.
He doesn't blink much. Talk or blink. Actually, we're not even sure if he's alive. But damn,
What?
he looks cool.
What?
That was a description of the sheriff skin in Far Far West.
Ah, okay.
Just always there, seemingly staring, empty gaze.
Give the toaster a face. You know what's funny? I remember I worked at a place once. I'm not gonna go. Actually, wait. No, I can just go ahead and say it. It was a movie theater, and I remember. I don't know what happened to make this happen, but like we were bored one day, and we were just like screwing around with just a permanent marker, and one day I decided to just draw a face on the side of a butter tub. And it was just I don't know why. I have no idea why. But like we had that butter tub in our inventory for a really long time, and I called him Butter Buddy. And then one day, because obviously you can't just keep a tub of butter and like expect it to not expire eventually. So like we gotta use it. So one day we cracked open Butter Buddy and we started like dishing it out properly, like onto people's buttered popcorn and all that jazz. And then after we were done with the tub, I collected Butter Buddy, and I brought I washed Butter Buddy out, and I brought him home with me. And I believe I still have him. He's just hanging around in the closet. Don't ask me why I still own this thing. I'm like, no, the memories. So I don't know. Maybe the toaster needs a face. Who knows? The problem is the second that you give something a face, you give it character, and once it has character, you don't want to let it go. So
But would you want to let it go anyway? It's a toaster.
I don't know, man.
And
I
I
don't
mean
know.
that button on the front of it, like that blue, like I guess it's a dial thingy, that kind of looks like an eye.
There's a show in here.
Hello.
How you doing?
Greetings.
I'm fine.
I was just I was actually finishing up the stream here, but now that you're here, hi. How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm just chilling.
Yeah.
I've got nothing else on, so you know.
What you been up to?
Is what it is. Not much, honestly. I've been watching a lot of Dungeon Meshi, and in the spirit of Dungeon Meshi, I made a meal that instantly fucking killed me. Oops.
I must know this meal now. What do you...
4 chicken wings, lathered in barbecue sauce, cooked 20 minutes on each side, and then left to roast whilst I cooked. 2 packets of noodles, and let them boil for 5 minutes, and then I took the noodles out and strained them because I'm a weirdo freak who likes to eat them without any water, and then with the chicken on top. And getting through the chicken was that killed me, and then I had noodles to eat, and I was like, oh, please.
Yeah, how
so
beefy
good.
were these chicken wings? We're talking like...
We're not talking like turkey size, but we're talking like... I'm trying to think of something equivalent.
And then you say 2 packets
bones
of
that-
noodles. Are we talking
Yeah.
like ramen packets?
Yes.
Dude, one of those is filling
We
enough.
just call them noodles over here. No, it
Good
ain't.
lord.
I gotta show you these packets, man. They're tiny.
Okay. Send me these packets. I don't know. Because the first thing I think is like one of
Let's
those
see.
big ol' Mary Chan freaking things. They're like you cook
No,
one
I'm
brick and then you're
thinking
done.
I'm thinking like Coca noodles. You ever had one of those?
Let me look this up. Coca noodles.
It's like a tiny packet, and it like fills a bowl technically, but I'm eating like a lot here. I'm a big grown boy.
I need my protein and carbs. I found like Coca noodle bowls.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they're supposed to look like this. Posting it in the chat, but they're like you could hold it, and your fingers would wrap around to hold the other end. So that's why I put 2 on. They're like an inch thick. They're pretty packed.
You know what? Okay, I could see somebody going through 2 of those. But the first thing I think is how much salt is in one.
I do not care. I care not for nutrition. I care for whether it fills me up and kills me.
I am the salt thick man. I am the salt. I am made of salt. I don't know. I went on this sort of like not a health craze, but definitely like a health awakening at one point. I think about like 3 or 4 years ago, and I started actually paying attention to what's on the nutritional facts on the like side of food. And the first thing that immediately popped out to me was just how much freaking salt there is in everything. And like, makes sense. Like, salt is one of the better preservatives we have. It also adds flavor. Genius. But, oh my god. What was one thing that I saw? I think I saw how much salt was in hot dogs, and I was just like, never again. Never again. Help me. Oh, and frozen food. The moment I realized frozen food is basically made up of like 30% salt, I was like, oh, wow. No. I don't know. My recommendation to people, don't look at the side of nutritional facts of food if you don't want to ruin your life. Oh,
Yes.
Remy has dropped the bacon. Well, now I just want bacon. God damn it. Thank you, Remy. Oh, Firefee is going to hop off. All right, thank you for coming in, Firefee. I appreciate it. Oh, hungry for ramen. More delicious bacon. Oh man, we were discussing Sonic for like an extendedly long period of time. What? Oh, now you're following me. Show is stalking me. That's great.
Yeah.
Joyous day. Anyway, yeah, no, we just basically spent a very talked about the Sonic for a very long time. Have you ever been interested in like Sonic stuff?
Not really. As it pertains to me, I could never get into Sonic games because their flow never felt right. You know.
Yeah.
It's just a bit too floaty for me.
I've been like on and off when it comes to what I thought was really good Sonic wise. Like sometimes I'll play a Sonic game and be like, "Hey, I'm having fun." Then other times I'm like, "This doesn't feel fast at all. What's happening? Why?" I wanted to go.
Yeah.
It's when the the momentum stops and it's just like, "All right, here, now jump around on these platforms with this slidey." Uncomfortable like movement that Sonic has.
Mm-hmm.
Because like his momentum is just
sorry,
like
I could talk about Sonic for hours.
He goes from like zero and then he
do.
slowly crawls up to a 580.
I don't mind people who are into Sonic. I know that like a lot of the IDW comics are like way out there. I did in fact read the IDW comic with the metal virus. That one was cool as shit.
Yeah.
But like apart from that, like after that resolved itself, I was just like, well, I don't care anymore. It just never read for it.
Yeah, we were
Rest of
talking
the
about
comics
that
are
before you
Still
popped in
really,
here.
really good.
No, I'm sure. It's just Sonic's not my thing. And, if it was my thing, I'm sure I'd be absolutely fucking spoiled because the comics I did read were like, mwah, mwah, mwah.
Mm-hmm. I've always been a fan of the Bing Bing Wahoo Man, aka Mario.
Mm.
And so, and I grew up in the 90s, the era where there was a war between the two. So I was always taught that if you liked one, you couldn't like the other. So, I've kind of been through a little bit of a rehabilitation period where I've been slowly trying to learn to care about the Blue Rodent. And
For me, it's always been Metroid or Donkey Kong.
Yeah, I remember you've been playing Metroid Prime, in a perfectly legal and actual functioning Nintendo console.
Yes.
And then
It's
Donkey
the
Kong,
Nintendo
really.
Tron.
Which Donkey Kong specifically?
Yeah. The Country series, though I don't like anything before Donkey Kong Country Returns. I'll be so real. I tried to play those games, all of them, and I mean all of them, even the ones that were like on Game Boy and that were crunchy and their sound cards weren't developed enough, so if you did an action while the music was playing, it would cut out the drums or some shit. And you know what? I couldn't get into them. They all have this aspect of being just too floaty. Meanwhile, Donkey Kong Country Returns gives you this heft, like you are an actual fucking gorilla. And I feel that, and I vibe with that. I vibe the fuck with that. Looking back on some of the reviews at the time, a lot of people were like complaining because they were so used to the Donkey Kong Country gravity, that the moment that they introduced like actual gravity was the moment they were like, no, I don't like this anymore. Which,
Well,
fair enough.
I remember hearing a lot of people complaining about the fact that like this is the Mario people and they know how to make a good like platformer with like fun mechanics like Mario and stuff. And like the 2D Mario games are really really fun and like, you know, really easy for new beginners and things and but Donkey Kong just isn't and why did they make it like this? And meanwhile everybody that actually liked those games were like, because we don't need a stupidly easy ass Mario game, that's why. It's not supposed to be a Mario game. Dudeski, if you want to play Mario, there are 5 billion new Super Mario Brothers games. Just go play one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, the first Donkey Kong game that I remember getting really into was Donkey Kong Country for the GBA. And like, I don't know, the physics were perfectly fine for me. And the reason I played it on the GPA was that like it was one of the only games that I remember now. I think my parents got me a Game Boy Advance SP, and it was a bundle pack with Donkey Kong Country in it. And I remember I enjoyed it. Like, it felt like a full-fledged Donkey Kong game, except like in mobile form. And like I enjoyed the heck out of it. The only thing is, like, later on in life I found out that it was a port of Donkey Kong Country for the SNES. And apparently that one is like, people say that one's significantly better just for the fact that it has more rareware flair to it, essentially. It was kind of like they dialed that a little bit down for the port.
Yeah.
And
well,
I don't know. I've never played the
they
SNES
would
one.
have. That's the one that that's the first one that I tried, and it was the moment that I realized I would not gel with their type of gravity. There's kind of like a delay in the controls that upsets me. That's just not there with the Wii one and whatnot.
Well, now you got me thinking. Like, so if you had the opportunity to play Donkey Kong Bonanza, what do you think you'd think of that?
I think what I think of the Mario Odyssey games. I feel like Nintendo's going through this moment where it's like, well, it's like missed the train by a couple days. You remember when like video game thing was like big open world, explore whatever, do whatever, who cares? Kill that guy. I don't care. You know, and it was this whole like thing where every game had to be an open world game, right?
Right.
And I think to an aspect that works for Legend of Zelda, that works for Mario to an extent, because we've already had 3D open world games with him. Donkey Kong, all right, I'm totally on board because we've had like Donkey Kong and Kirby. We've had 3D games with them and whatnot, but like my worry is they're just gonna keep doing this. And I love an open world, but I also like structure. The reason why I couldn't finish Breath of the Wild, I couldn't even fucking start it, to be honest, was because I need a structure and a waypoint and a place to go. That's what I need. And I understand that part of the part of the beating the game is the journey. But I don't like the journey. And every time that I try to hit something during my journey, my sword breaks and I'm left naked and defenseless. So I don't know, man.
Dude, that was the part of the game that absolutely made me livid. I played through it.
Yeah.
Like, I played through both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and I enjoyed my time, but, like, the moment I found out that it's not a question of if your sword's gonna break, it's when, for every sword, I initially thought, like, truly, once I get the Master Sword, there's no way in hell they're gonna put, there's no way that they're going to put a durability system into the Master Sword, because if they did that, they would be cheapening the ever-loving hell out of it. And how would that even work? How do you break the
Mhm.
sword that's supposed to be like the magical thing that like is supposed to steal the darkness and all that jazz? Why would you do that? Bada
Mhm.
bing, bada boom. They gave it a battery, and I'm like, why in Zeus's freaking butt would you do that? Like, good lord.
It's because it's a stealth reference to Zelda Skyward Sword, where Fi's batteries ran low, and she lets you know that your batteries are in fact running low and you need to change them.
I call shenanigans. Although I do remember that
and that's
now.
my thing. That's my thing, right? Like, I'm okay with you making these open worlds. I've seen nothing with Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'd be up for it. I'd be totally up for trying it out and whatnot. But if I don't like it, it's most likely because the game has done the thing that it did with Breath of the Wild, where it goes, I don't know, here's an open world, fuck around, find out. I don't want to find out. I just want to fuck around, and I can only fuck around if I know your system, right?
Question: Have you played? How much Mario Odyssey have you played?
I finished it. I liked
Okay.
it. And
Did
I
you-
liked it because it gave me a system.
Most people, they say that Donkey Kong Bonanza is just Odyssey 2, basically. That they're
Then I'll
like, we want to
probably
make a new
enjoy it.
Odyssey game, but with Monkey.
They
And that's
added
it.
Hot Monkey. I'm all in, baby.
Well, you're gonna have to go and buy a Switch 2 then.
I think I'll obtain it legally.
There is one other open-ish world Zelda that you could try playing that you might enjoy more because it definitely has a little bit more structure to it.
Go on.
It's called The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. You should play that one.
I tried, but I think I was too much of a baby shit when I played it. I'm gonna be replaying it just to try it out because when I tried it out, I actually had a physical N64. Not that I don't now, wink. But like I physically had one in front of me, and I could play it on the controller, and I was like, I was playing through it, and I think the moment that I was like, I don't like this, is the moment with the Deku, and you gotta like sneak around, and I was like
That's
raring
the
for an
opening
adventure.
of the game.
I
That's the
know,
opening of the
I
game.
know.
Dude,
Beat
I
me
even-
with sticks, please. But like, like I again, baby shit me has never been into, or I guess the Goopy Goblin Gamer Brain has never really been into stealth as a concept. I could never get into Metal Gear and whatnot. So like, you give me a stealth segment in a game where it's supposed to be a rip roaring adventure, and my brain turns off, and I go, I don't know how to do this. Turn it off.
I mean, Ocarina of Time also had similar stealth segments,
I never played Ocarina of Time.
but that's like the one that everyone loves.
I guess, but I didn't grow up in that era.
I suspect.
Neither did I. I was released the same year as Mario 64, so I did not grow up playing Ocarina of Time.
I was released.
Yes.
I
The
don't know.
stores
I was
finally got
released.
me in stock, and my mum picked me up
Yep.
with a
I
whole
wanted
package
to-
of milk.
I wanted to say something really crass, but I don't know if I can say that on your channel. I'll DM it to you.
DM.
But
I mean, I've said some terrible things, though I do try and keep it not PG, but like,
yeah.
oh. Show says I was released on the year 9/11, so
I was released around the year 9/11 was.
so
there.
you quite
like,
literally can't remember because you don't have object permanence at that year.
Yeah, basically, like for me, the game, the Legend of Zelda game, I basically did play Ocarina, and I'm not saying that because I've actually played it. I'm saying it because I played Twilight Princess, and everybody just says that's Ocarina of Time.
Kind.
Kinda, but I enjoyed it.
It's like
for
if
what
you
it was.
take Ocarina of Time and you dip it in a little Hot Topic, and there you go.
I liked it.
Yeah, and also you make it a lot longer and the story not quite as tight.
I liked the story. I think everybody was too mean to Zant as a character.
I think the
He did
manga
deserve
version
it,
of
though.
Twilight Princess has an infinitely better story than the actual game it's based on.
I didn't even know there was a manga version.
Me
There
either.
is a manga version. It is very, very good.
I'm sure.
Very
They actually let Link talk.
good.
Ah, okay. There, you lost me.
And all his dialogue is just
The Oh, pardon me. That's the thing that I've been hearing with Metroid Prime 4. Nintendo did it again. They made it an open world and it was completely mid because it's not an open world, it's a fake open world. It says fuck around and find out, and the only thing you can find out are green crystals, and the only the only fuck around is finding green crystals, and the only find out is occasionally an enemy bothers you that you can just run away from.
Yeah,
No, the
I'm
only
getting real
find
sick and tired
out
of
is that you find out that you need to have 85% of all of those green crystals in order to get to the end game.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I do feel like Nintendo is still stuck in the previous generations. You know, like I don't like the formula worked a little bit for Breath of the Wild because it was a fresh concept at the time, and it just feels like Nintendo is stuck in the exact same formula concept of making their old franchises in open world environments where like nowadays it's not that that formula has gone away per se, it's that a lot of video games are starting to move in different directions. Like the big bugbear, it seems, for a lot of the industry now is making like, you know, online multiplayer arena style video games. I've seen a ton of freaking those. And the
Yeah.
indie circuit has just kind of kept on keeping on with whatever they feel like doing. But in general, the open world and like the mystique of it has kind of just gone away after a lot of people realized, I see the you know, the span of an ocean with the depth of a spoon. Good.
Yeah.
The thing
It-
with open world games is that if you're gonna take a franchise and make it open world, it needs to fit whatever that core franchise was already going for before it was open world.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, that's why I feel like
with
Zelda Breath of the Wild, even though you mentioned that it doesn't have a whole lot of direction to it, feels a little aimless sometimes. I still think it kind of works because the core of what Legend of Zelda even was to begin with, even from like day one, was the idea of you running around and you exploring and finding secrets, whether it be like finding something in the side of a mountain or like, you know, killing a bunch of monsters that were surrounding a you know, a stronghold of like goodies that you can collect. Like, I think
Mhm.
that sort of gameplay loop does lend itself well to an open world environment game, so long as you keep things entertaining and keep things going.
Mhm.
I think that gameplay loop gets real dry after a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing, it works for Zelda because from the very beginning, Zelda has always been about discovery and exploration. And so the idea of saying, okay, here's this one giant interconnected world, go explore it and discover it. Okay, that makes sense. I understand that. For a different franchise where I don't think that approach works, like Mario Kart, the point of Mario Kart is here's a bunch of very specifically designed courses, and you need to race on them and get good and memorize these courses. If you take all those courses and then you make them a giant open interconnected world, why did you do this? How does that make the game better?
Yeah,
does that-
you're so right. Oh
How
my
does that-
god.
How does that further what the thesis statement of this franchise is supposed to be? Because this isn't about exploration. It's about racing to a goal, and I know what that goal is. It's right over there.
I've
You
always
know
wanted
what?
to play Desert Bus, except in a Mario Kart.
You know
Yeah,
what
'cause
annoyed me?
what you end up with is here's the fun structured part, and then you have to drive along a really long highway of nothing to get to the next fun structured part. And
You
then
wanna
all that I'm
know-
wondering is, okay, what if we just took all those fun structured levels and then we cut out the nonsense filler in between and we just went from stage to stage like any other Mario Kart game? What have we lost? Not much. So the open world didn't really add anything.
Yep. And in fact,
The
a lot of the online stuff, people were actively avoiding picking any of the, you know, the straight road maps just because they're boring as hell. People were just like, "Nah, let's go to Rainbow Road again."
Yeah, because people want that cool arcadey fun, and it's really hard to get that with a big open world. I want to be able to just play the level and enjoy the level and beat the level as fast as I can, because
Can you
that's
imagine
what a racing game is.
Can you imagine how much less effort they would have had to put into making Mario Kart World had they just decided to completely throw out the open world element entirely and just work on making really tight and really good courses?
That would have been awesome, and they probably would have. It would also have given them, ironically, more freedom because they wouldn't need to worry about making levels that thematically fit and flow into each other.
the thing that annoyed me personally with the Mario Kart thing was okay, a clip that really upset me when I was looking up like Mario Kart stuff was seeing someone be like, "Oh, look at the tech you can do in this game." And then it was like somebody flipping from the road onto a wall, off the wall, jumping under the fucking thing, over the fucking thing, and then landing right on the like track line and like getting first place. And I was like, well, what the fuck is the point then? Sorry, you raised the skill ceiling for a karting game too damn high. No new player is going to have fun if their friend is like infinitely better than them. The point was that you could pelt someone with a shell or throw down a banana or throw a bomb in front of you and kill someone and like get them to stop for a minute. Like if you could dodge a blue shell, you were God. You knew the tech, all right? That's tech. That's skill. Bullshit flipping, flippity floopity flapping from like wall to wall so that you can like ignore the track as much as possible is not it. You have to play the fucking game.
Dude, like
mean,
I remember
I-
seeing a
I-
bunch of the footage of all of the car parkour or carcore as you would call it. Like, man, that whole thing really turns me away. I'm gonna be real. It's like, what? I mean, okay, it's neat. It's a neat little novelty thing. Seems goofy. You could probably get your head around it eventually. In fact, if you want to stay competitive, you probably have to. But like, do I want to play a Mario Kart game with it? I think about it and I'm like, no, not really. I kind of just
Yeah.
want to.
On
If I'm playing
paper-
Mario Kart, I just want to boot up Mario Kart and race around some tracks. And I like the tracks to be designed well. I'd like them to look visually interesting. If anything is different, I'd like the items to be a little crazy. That's
Yeah.
the driving itself. Let's let that be what it is.
I mean, on paper, I understand the idea of adding platforming mechanics to the racing game based on a platformer. But
Yeah.
the reason why Nintendo added those mechanics, if you read like the developer interviews that they did on the game, they said they added them in there specifically to keep the intermission levels interesting because they admitted that there wasn't anything else to really do on those long stretches of highway.
Then get them the fuck out of here.
So adding those parkour mechanics onto a flat highway does not excuse the fact that the flat highway is still boring.
Also, I'm posting something in
What would
the
fix
in the
that?
chat.
Is if you just didn't have it be an open world.
Yeah. I'm posting something into chat. There's somebody as Daisy just doing fucking 5 flips over 2 buildings and just skipping part of the map. Why even bother? Why
Oh, man,
why
hold
play
on
the
a
game?
moment. Can I pull this up? Hold on, let me see if I can.
It's so bad. What's happening? It feels I don't
mean,
want to
it's
call it
cool
slop.
that
It's
tech
not
is in
slop.
there, but I do agree that it definitely widens the skills gap between
Mhm.
casual and competitive players probably a bit too much for a game like Mario Kart.
Yeah.
I don't
You
have a
wanna know
super
what the
easy way to put this on the screen. Urgh. I wish I did.
unironically, You want to know what the skill ceiling for like the past few Mario Kart games has been? Because I know this stuff because I used to play like Mario Kart Wii, and I've dabbled into the fucking insanity that is the sweats on Mario Kart 8. The skill ceiling for Mario Kart Wii was just Funky Kong or Daisy on a motorbike.
Funky Bike Wii, yeah.
Funky
Okay.
Bike Wii, go nuts. And then the skill ceiling for like Mario Kart 8 was some guy waiting until 12th place to grab a bullet bill and then like zooming forwards past everyone, dodging everything, annihilating a blue shell by like jumping at the right time, like frame perfect jumping, and then activating a bullet bill so nobody can catch up to him. Fuck it, sure, you earned that. You earned that. This, what is this? You did like 15 flips.
It's like, yay, visually impressive, but what was that? Man, like the most I got out of the kit for like any of the more recent Mario Kart games was like, I only just recently in the last year figured out that you could get boosts for doing tricks off of ramps. I didn't know about that for the longest time, but I'm like, oh shoot, that's why I'm in 11th place and like trailing behind all the time. It's because everybody's doing tricks off of ramps. Okay, shoot. I mean, that's kind of the main problem. Like, the second that something becomes like, a massive advantage strategically, suddenly everybody
Yeah.
does it. And like, I don't know. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of any multiplayer competitive games that get really complicated. Because the second you start making it complicated, you know that the tryhards are going to do nothing but complicated forever. And so
My
if you
only
want to have
exception,
fun, you had better be complicated.
yeah, my only exception to that rule is like actual fighting games.
Oh, yeah, you know what?
Like
In fighting
like
games,
actual fighting games with like combos and like moves and like tech and like ways to like get around things, and like Mortal Kombat where you gotta memorize the way to kill someone cool. You know?
yeah.
I'm okay with that. Make that complicated, but like the
Oh, yeah.
moment that you like make a funny little karting game for like kids this difficult, I say for kids, it's for everyone, but you know. That's the moment that I'm like, no.
I mean, I'll say, Smash Bros. Like I remember I played a heck of a lot of Smash Bros. And Smash Bros has its own like kit situations. But what I like about
Mhm.
Smash Bros though is that like each person's individual like abilities kind of builds their own different kits, if that makes sense. And like the basic fundamentals are okay. You have lightning fast punches and kicks and things like that. You probably have like a projectile move somewhere, and then you've got a few special moves that make your character unique to you. And depending on how you combine those together, it gives your character specific amounts of advantages and disadvantages. But the nice thing about Smash Bros is that even with all of that there, you could button mash the hell out of the controller and you could probably beat somebody that's trying to be, like, strategic. Like, there's a really odd, like, satisfying combination of both, like, newcomers having their fun, but old, like, veterans that know what they're doing actually being able to be competent. I've been, like, mopped the floor with a couple of times by a couple of, like, people who knew what they were doing, but I never felt like I wasn't having fun.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe it's just, racing and feeling like you're so far behind all the other cars. I think that element itself is going to be really... It's really going to feel deflating, if you know what I mean. Just be like,
Yeah, I
oh,
get it.
I can visually see how bad I'm losing.
Oh, hey guys, real quick, cutting in before I lose consciousness again.
Oh.
I'm going to head off to bed.
Okay.
No worry.
That's fair enough.
Have a good
Get
night.
yourself some good Z's.
I need it.
Yeah. Have a good one.
See
too.
you.
And now he go. Let's see. What else, like, Nintendo wise, or just gaming in wise that we've been talking about.
Show, if you're gonna play the N64 Zeldas, play the PC ports. Just saying.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've
Absolutely.
also been thinking of playing the 3DS ports, because those ones add like a
PC
bunch
ports
of
are better
stuff
than the
that
3DS
are.
ports.
The 3DS
You
ports
sure?
are good from like a visual standpoint, but like the PC ports now, like with all of the different modifications and stuff, and like all the frame rate unlocking and stuff is just significantly better.
Yeah, all the gameplay improvements that the 3DS versions had, you can have in the PC ports anyway. And for Ocarina of Time specifically, you can use the 3DS assets.
Oh, cool. That's
So-
pretty good.
So you lose nothing.
I'm so happy with our current generation of all of these, repackaged games and stuff. God, it's making me so happy. Like, recompilations and stuff.
The recomps and the decomps are awesome.
God, people are doing such good work, and I'm so happy. I never
The one I'm
you
the one that I'm most impressed with is still Sonic Unleashed, just because they did it to a 360 game.
right? Yeah, like I wasn't
Or-
expecting that to happen
Really,
anytime
really hard.
soon, but like, bada boom, bada bing, here we are.
Yeah, and they're
For
doing Sonic
me-
06 next.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. But I'm
gonna be
also
hilarious.
hoping that I'm not just stupid, because I keep trying to play AM2R, which is another Metroid 2 remake. Do you two know anything about Metroid 2 at all?
I snagged
I'm fully aware of
AM2R
what
before
AM2R
it was
is.
taken off of the internet. So I haven't
Yeah.
played it, but I have
Right.
it in my collection.
I have
In-
it on my PC, I have it on my hacked Switch, and I have it on my Vita.
Nice.
in the nicest way possible. It feels like one of those really good Flash games where you shoot bad guys. And I mean that lovingly with the most nostalgia possible. But also, I feel like a fucking moron because trying to fight some of these Metroids, I'm like, oh, okay.
I mean, they are
Punch me in
Metroids,
the
they're supposed to be
nuts.
hard to fight.
Yeah, but like the one that's like on all fours and like charging you, and like it rarely shows its stomach and it corners you until you have to run away. It's like, okay, well, I don't know if I'm supposed to run away or if I'm just supposed to get my ass beat until I beat you one shot. Like, how am I
I mean,
doing
they're
this?
supposed to be intimidating, and you're supposed to hit it till it dies.
Well, no need to be condescending now. You understand my plight.
Yeah, they're late game hard enemies.
No, they're early game hard enemies.
The ones that run around on all fours, those are like later Metroids. The beginning ones just float around.
No. The beginning ones float around and then they throw an all fours one at you, like at the beginning. Which sucks.
I don't know any of this. I haven't played the thing.
I still think Metroid 2 is a really, really good game. I really, really enjoyed my time with it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I've never played the Game Boy one, but I wouldn't want to. It looks very crunchy and not my thing.
What's
If
funny
you're
is
really
that,
having a hard time with the aiming in AM2R, you could try the 3DS version just because that has the 360 aiming, and it's by the same
Yeah.
people who later made Metroid Dread.
I
Ooh.
tried that one. It's just the weapon switching, which is a pain in the ass. I want to see if there's like a modded thing for that, which fixes that or anything.
you know what's one game I tried to play at one point that I just couldn't get into, for many reasons. Metroid Other M. I attempted to try and play
there's-
Metroid Other M back in the day, and there were a couple of
There
things
is
that problems.
Yeah, Metroid Other M is one of the games of all time. You are missing absolutely nothing by skipping it. I beat Metroid
Yeah.
Other M to completion, and it was a colossal waste of time.
Oh dear.
So don't bother.
there.
It
There
adds nothing
is
to Metroid's
a-
lore. It adds nothing in terms from a gameplay standpoint. Any other Metroid game is better.
There is a fan remake out there. I think it's called Metroid Other M, like Deluxe or whatever or something. And it like fixes the graphics, it fixes the aiming, and it makes it just a bit more bearable, but it doesn't change the story at all. So yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
like a game you can skip completely.
Um,
The reason I play like I've played like a bunch of Metroid is because I want to like get ready to stream it and stuff. And like one of the things is like I have a donation goal because I want to upgrade my PC. And one of the things I have is like I will play the original Metroid 2 and fuck, what was it? It was Metroid 2 the DS game, which sucks.
Metroid Prime Pinball,
Yeah.
let's go!
Yeah!
Metroid Prime Pinball! No, the Metroid Prime Hunters.
Ooh.
And also, and lastly, if we can get a stretch goal within those streams, then I will play Metroid Other M as a charity live stream, which would be very fun.
Hell.
That's
Oh
fair.
no. Well, like you said, at least you've got. Well, all right. So, which version would you end up playing? Would you play the fan, like, basically remaster,
Yeah.
or would you?
Yeah,
Okay.
the fan remaster, it just makes the game more compatible with like modern day standards. Did you know that when you want to aim and you want to use a missile, you have to go first person?
Yep.
First person
Yeah,
requires
so. My gripes that I had, particularly with Metroid Other M. Now, obviously, the story. Everybody complains about the story and all that jazz. But there were a handful of Wii games that I remember playing that I was like, I can get down with this. Metroid Other M is not one of them. Like, one of the most jarring and frustrating things that I ever had when it came to Metroid Other M is that in order for you to be able to shoot missiles or, like, do any really core important things in the game, sometimes you had to turn your Wiimote towards the freaking screen and then aim your cursor at, like, whatever it is that you wanted to shoot. And there's just
people who
something
haven't
about
played
that
Metroid Other
particular
M
motion.
before, For
What?
people who haven't played Metroid Other M before, I just want to clarify that the way the game is normally played, there's no option to use the Wii Remote with the nunchuck. You have to play with the one Wii Remote on its own, being held sideways, and you move Samus with the D-pad. When you want to aim in first person, you have to then take that one Wii Remote that you're holding, point it towards the screen, do your aiming, and then swap back to holding it with the D-pad.
Yeah, it's like the grossest weird hybrid between, like, classic Metroid 2D side-scrollers and Metroid Prime that I have ever played. And I'm sure it really seemed like a cool concept, but it's just so jarring and uncomfortable swapping between the two that, like, I played for a period of about 2 hours and I went, done. I cannot keep doing this. This is just... It's more pissing me off than anything. So I'm like, I can't. No. I've had enough. Maybe with the fan patch, perhaps if that was all just on a button press that swaps you between first person and 2D side scroller thing. maybe
It
be
doesn't
better.
even do that. It just shoots a missile. You point at the thing you want to shoot and it does it.
Oh.
It has like the way that, for those who don't know, the way that Other M was designed, it's designed to be played on a Wiimote on its side.
Yeah.
Why? It's literally made with a technology that has aiming in mind. They made Metroid Prime 3 on that, which is a game that everybody gets mad at, but I like it. And like they like decided, yeah, you're gonna play it like you play like a console game. Like you could just play it on the GameCube. Why? Why
The
would you do this
explanation
to
for
yourself?
Why is because the director of Metroid Other M and writer of Metroid Other M, he wanted
Would you
the
explain
game to
something?
have controls that were simple and easy for people to pick up and play, and specifically would emulate the simplicity of the NES controller. So that means Wiimote on its side.
Which was so dumb.
even though everyone on the dev team begged him to let them use the dang nunchuck, and he said no.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with the dev team.
I agree with the dev
Yeah.
team as well. Team Ninja does know how to make good action games, and they should have been able to make a good action game. It wasn't their fault. They made Ninja
No,
Gaiden.
it was not their fault.
Ugh,
Uh,
what a tragedy.
Also, his writing's awful.
Yeah, but that's a whole
Yeah.
different can of worms that I don't think we want to get into right now
Well,
because it would
like-
take all night.
I mean, hey, I'm sleep deprived and weary as hell, and
The
I could
baby.
ramble. I thought, you know what? A lot of people have debated on whether or not the writing is good, whether or not it's bad. I've heard like a couple different interpretations of that. And what I have been able to discern from, taking it all in is that Metroid Other M's writing, technically, on a technical standpoint, does line up properly with overall story arcs of Metroid, but in order for you to fully understand it, you do need to read all of the extra stuff in like comic book and graphic novel iterations of Metroid, where like you get more into the inner workings and the psyche and the the motivations behind Samus Aran. And that's cool. The main problem with that, though, is that it's sort of like, take Halo, for example. Now, like, I'm not a gigantic fan of Microsoft or any of the shit they're doing nowadays, but I'm a massive fanboy of everything Halo related. And it lives rent-free in my head. Now, we know that, from, little lore drops here and there that John, the person who's the Master Chief, is like this. He's this super tough, like really burly super soldier that's capable of basically doing everything, and he's practically a god. But in the novels, they go into more detail about that and talk about how there are a lot of instances where he was terrified out of his mind for everything that was going on, and despite all of that fear, he did break past it, and he did manage to succeed in a lot of times where somebody else would have faltered. How boring of a fucking Halo game would it have been if you had Master Chief end up in a situation where he's fighting the Covenant, and as he's fighting them, you can hear his inner monologue talking about the terror that wells up in his chest when an elite is coming towards him with a sword. It's like, do I care? Do I
No.
care? Do I also care about him, stopping every once in a while to discuss the fact that, Dr. Halsey screwed him over? We know! We're aware,
Yeah.
but now is not the time for fear or, melodrama. Now is the time for action and shooting things in the face.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's
Especially because
Metroid
of
Other
how
M's
late
problem, is that, thematically, it's a mess. Because
And especially because of how late Metroid Other M takes place in the timeline, Samus should be used to this shit by now. She's already
Mhm.
taken out
Bingo!
Ridley how many
Right.
times?
it's
This is
cool.
Tuesday for her.
It's cool to see, in flashbacks, seeing somebody being a vulnerable individual and all that jazz, but, then to see them basically crumple up like a piece of paper in modern times just because they happen to be talking to, a friend of theirs or, a person of interest of theirs that they have infatuations with.
I think my favorite bit in the entire game of Metroid Other M is the bit where Adam shoots you out of nowhere, and then he goes, that Metroid can't be stunned with ice after he shot it with ice. And it
Walks
froze.
into a room and dies.
The game, it's unintentionally really fucking funny if you think about it hard enough.
I guess it'll make
It's what
for
made
good
all
stream
the
material.
new characters
for sure.
in the new Metroid game fucking annoying.
God, that's a good question.
Yeah, it will.
What's a
Honest
game
to
that
God.
sucks? What's a game that sucks balls but would be hilarious stream material?
Sonic 06.
Yeah, yeah. Sonic 06. There we go. We got it.
I have, you know what? The Tomb Raider games.
Which
the new
ones?
Tomb
That's
Raider
a
games,
vast arsenal of different games.
Tomb Raider
Yeah,
Game
'cause
of
I
the
was about to
Year
say, wait, I thought
edition.
people liked the NES or like the PS1 Tomb Raiders.
No, Tomb Raider Game of the Year edition. The first of the new Tomb Raider games. And that one starts off with Lara Croft having her boat destroyed, almost drowning, getting kidnapped, and then falling on a piece of rebar. The amount of times that she is kicked down is actually nauseating.
You know what?
Rise of
I
yeah.
was I was thinking about the new Tomb Raider games while I was going through that whole rant of like, oh, weak individual, it's fine to do a flashback at a time when they weren't as powerful, but not in the current present time. And I actually did think
Yeah.
about Tomb Raider because that's what they did. They were like,
Yeah.
this ain't your grandma's Lara Croft. This is like, version 1.0 Lara Croft. And like
The
makes more sense for her to be vulnerable then.
the thing with this one being vulnerable is that they specifically stated this. They want her to be vulnerable so you can protect her, while they claim that she is the more this was at a culture war time. I should advise the to the folks who don't know, there was a culture war over whether over Lara Croft, because this was 2013. Oh my god, that game came out like more than 10 years ago. In 2013, Lara Croft Tomb Raider came out again, and now she was like, instead of this fucking, I mean this in the best way possible, this absolute bitch who would like do fucking somersaults around you and gun you down with dual Berettas. She was like this weak, like, kind of like annoyingly whingy, like shaking puppy of a woman who, like, at every point the developers choose to like kick her in the ribs until she pukes. It's actually disturbing the amount of violence that happens to her, not from you, not from any action that you put into her. That piece of rebar, that's not the worst. It gets substantially worse for her as the game goes on. And it doesn't stop with the next game, Rise of the Tomb Raider, where it starts off with her barely zipped up, shaking in the winter cold as she falls off a fucking cliff that she is hanging from, like an icy cliff. It's insane. And every single time, me and Ocean, it's a friend, me and Bibby know. Me and Ocean. Yeah, Grapefruit VA. I played this game for them, and we have this fucking joke where it's like Lara Croft walks up to like the temple of fucking immiserable evil and goes, "You don't understand, guys. I gotta go in there." And everyone goes, "You really don't." And she goes, "No, I have to." And then she cries and runs in and gets stabbed. Like every single fucking time.
Like,
And it doesn't stop
yeah,
at Shadow.
dude, like the vibe
It's
that I
so
got off the
bad.
new Tomb Raider franchise is it's just torture flicks. That's all it
It
feels
is.
like. And like it's
And
a
I'll-
very far distance from what it used to be. Like even I'm not a
Mhm.
gigantic fan of anything Tomb Raider related. And even then I'm like I see it and I go like that's really not the vibe of what Tomb Raider was. Like you're alienating
Mhm.
everybody that used to be here, and you're not really making a game that's interesting enough for newcomers to show up and want to stay. Like, because like I don't know. It's not that I relate to Lara Croft because no, of course I don't. It is a power fantasy though. Like, let's be real. And then as for like, do I want to feel weak and feeble while I'm playing a video game? In some circumstances, maybe. As a Tomb Raider game, probably not. This reminds me so much though of there's some ways that you can reinvent a franchise. Like that are bad, but like there's ones that you can do that are really good. Like take the God of War remake or like the God of War game that came out. where they basically took the bloodthirsty Kratos, who was basically just nothing but a gigantic meat grinder for basically the entirety of the period of the PlayStation 3 up to the PlayStation 4. And then they subverted it and turned him into a loving father figure that still kicks absolute ass. Like,
the guy who
that's a pretty decent upgrade, you know?
the guy
there's
who
there's
wrote
depth
God of
there.
War.
The story of
the-
the new God of Wars is a lot more interesting than the stories that happened in the previous ones, where he's just kind of angry.
Yeah,
Kratos smash!
I think the God of War 1 to 3 has its merits. I think that more people need to pay attention to the PSP games and whatnot. But the thing that's the funniest fucking thing is we can all agree that God of War 4 and 5 absolutely fuck. They are so good. I love them. They're great. They're awesome. However, the guy who wrote God of War 1 to 3 is so fucking mad. And I have no clue why he's mad. He's like, you wouldn't do that. You'd just be angry all the time. I'm like,
Well,
are
what
you
do you
stupid?
expect? He wrote God of War 1, 2, and 3. Of course he's mad.
The
What?
angriest man in the room wrote the angriest script in the room.
I mean, it's like, it's dismissing, right? Like, because there's the God of Wars 1, 2, and 3 all hold something that's special to them. Like, God of War 1, obviously, it's a literal Greek tragedy. And then you have God of War 2, which is about inevitably falling, like, the thing they discuss in God of War 4, where you don't let people, or you don't let the what is it called? You don't let fate control you. Whatever you do, what you do, and then if it happens to align with fate, then it aligns. And then God of War 3 is about the destruction of Olympus and the ultimate sacrifice that Kratos commits in his act of, I guess, theocratic genocide? I guess that's how I'd put it. And they all have their interesting stories and niches and ways of analyzing them. I think there's this guy on YouTube, he's called, like, Brett is Fat. I forget. Hold on.
It's an amazing name.
Let me see. Fat Brett. Fat
gotcha.
Brett does the series called Deconstruction of Villainy, and he's done a bunch on the old God of War stuff, which is all really good, and the new God of War stuff, I should add. And you should just plugging him here because he's really he's a good watch if you just want to listen to something while you hoover the floor and whatnot. But you know, it's like really interesting to see the introspection you can pull from it. The problem is that one guy wrote Angry Kratos, and as you said, he is literally just the guy to pull your eyes out the first chance he gets because he's bored. And then the other thing is this other Kratos who is nuanced and actually evolving off of the last guy that we saw. Believe it or not, I like that guy. I want more of that guy, actually.
I am a fan of nuanced characters, like, especially if they're still willing to kick ass. Like, I got no problem with that.
I just remembered a game that you need to play on stream, Bitby, that's absolutely dog ass.
Yes.
Duke Nukem Forever.
Oh, hell no. That would require me handing money over to Gearbox, and absolutely nuts to that. No on toast. First of all, I'm not going to torture myself with Duke Nukem. Second of all, yeah, no, like, dude, fun story. I was in the market to get a new graphics card, which, by the way, in hindsight, really glad I jumped on that when I did, because the chip shortage came in and, like, smashed everyone's teeth in, so, good timing on my part.
Very good timing.
But fun fact, when I bought my 5070, there was a free offer on there for me to get a free copy of Borderlands 4. I removed that from my cart.
Good.
Like, even free, I'm like, no, that's a downgrade. Get that out of here.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, time spent towards a production made by Randy Pitchford. Yeah, I want to do that. Like, no, thank you. So that's where I currently sit when it comes to anything Gearbox related. What? Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm scrolling through my games list and I'm trying to remember if there's any games that I own specifically. Either they were bad when I played them or I bought them because they were bad. Oftentimes I don't. The latter doesn't happen.
There are games that I would be like, you should play this, but they're also like, I think your stomach would turn inside out.
Oh, I know a
Oh,
game.
like
you can play
Manhunt or
that's bad
something?
That would be very entertaining to watch.
Well,
Balan Wonderworld.
That is true.
man. You know, I'm gonna call somebody out in the chat here real quick. There's somebody who comes into my streams on the regular who's like not here right now, but it's a long time person who they're part of my community, and like, you know what, they're cool. I like them. They do some good stuff on their own. It's like they're Pink and White Bat, and bless them. Balan Wonderworld is one of their favorite games of all time.
Oh,
If
I'm
I
so
were to play
sorry.
Balan Wonderworld, I would ruin that for them. I don't think they'd be very happy with me. I'm gonna be real, because I would not be able. I wouldn't stop shit posting. I wouldn't. I couldn't. I couldn't hold myself back
Okay.
on that.
Okay, how about this? This way.
So
This is a solution so that everyone's happy. You don't have to play Balan Wonderworld, but do a live reading of the book that you buy separately for $10.
well, first of all, like, I get nervous whenever doing anything like that, because I'm like, technically I'm reading a paid product, and people should probably be getting that. I mean, you know, what are they going to do? They're probably not going to come after me, but still.
How would he? Yuji Naka's in prison.
Fair. Oh, well, who currently owns Balan Wonderworld, and would they be assholes?
Square Enix, but they don't care because no one really cares about Balan Wonderworld.
Well, gee, whose fault is that, Square?
they should remake it. Add nothing. Remake it.
Balan Wonderworld remastered. It looks
Had
exactly
nothing?
the same. It looks
Just-
exactly the same, but it's based on the Switch port, and they specifically want to based on the Switch port because the RAM shortage. So they're spinning it as they're being helpful and making it so that the game is less graphically intensive, even though it looks a hell of a lot worse.
There is one thing that somebody pointed out on socials recently that I kind of chuckled at, and that was, hey, for anybody who has an old console or a PC that you haven't upgraded in a while, good news, they probably won't make any more powerful video games for the next 5 years because of the RAM shortage. So you're in
Yeah.
good position.
Yeah, my beautiful little fucking 1080 is gonna be able to actually play some of the games that
Oh,
come
you have a
out.
1080?
Oh, I
Oh,
know.
no.
You know that they stopped making drivers for that, right?
Yeah, I'm still chugging.
A 1080
Oh.
can't even run Sonic Racing Cross Worlds.
Well, I don't play that anyways.
Yeah, but that's like a racing game.
While
Like,
we're on the
it's
subject of
it's not
Sonic
that complicated.
Crossroads Racing, though, we were oh man, so we were just shitting on Mario Kart, and while we were shitting on Mario Kart, that did come across my mind a couple of times, where I was just like, oh man, yeah, Sonic went and they just made more or less a bog standard racing game, and it worked. Like,
More like
Way
a mod
better.
A good
standard.
game. Because it's just a fun racing game. That's all it needed to be.
right,
That's
like,
all we wanted.
Yeah.
You don't need to add stupid flippy tricks. I'm just here for the spectacle and the goofy shit. And then they
Well,
added
it's,
the
uh,
Just give me a
the-
racing game with Hatsune Miku and I'm good. That's all I
Bog
want.
standard? Call that shit Mog standard. Honest to fucking God, bro.
Yeah, random
I'm
aside,
also
we
very
were.
happy that I am very happy that they added Knights and II from Monkey Ball. I like that they added those characters in, and they also added in Tangle and Whisper, and I'm very, very excited to play as them.
Ah, cute. I mean, that's we've been really missing a good like a good Smash alternative when it comes to hype, and I feel like Sonic Racing Cross Worlds has kind of filled in that niche, and I do appreciate it.
Yeah. There's so many
here.
other Sega characters they could add that would be really, really awesome deep cuts, and I'm really, really having fun with the game so far. And I'm
I
looking
can't
forward
wait
to the
until
new
they get
courses that
into
they're
like
adding.
crazy freaking territory where they run out of ideas and they're just like, Boot from Mario 3. You're a character now.
Aro from Puyo Puyo Chronicles.
Right.
Do it, Sega.
Here, show this is for you. I'm putting it on the screen. I made this a while back just because I liked my GTX so much and it gave me so much work. It was such a workhorse for me that I'm like, you will be enshrined.
That's beautiful.
And so now I have a framed graphics card on my wall. And so now when people walk by it, they'll be like, what the frick? What is that? I'm like, I'm glad you asked. Oh, Feral is here. Update. Tests have been collected and just waiting for Doc. I'm EP and running off of spite. Yeah,
Hey,
if
man.
you weren't here, Feral's in the ER right now, and they were just like, hey, I felt like watching something while I was in the ER. Tuning into your stream. I'm like, okay, hi.
Hope you're doing well. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, take care. Apparently they're having some weird problems with the feeling in their legs. Not good
Yeesh.
stuff. Creepy.
Me hopes you're okay.
Okay, so while I was messing around with my browser here, I could not help but notice that we have we have an art mongrel currently going on right now. Hold on a moment. Sorry, I have not been paying much attention to the magma, but it looks like we got somebody here. Is Muffin? Muffin is doing, and it appears they're making Bitbee except jellyfish.
Jelly bee.
Look at the bean. Look at this guy.
Beefish.
The bee fish. Aw.
Oh,
I
what
like
are you
it.
doing in the ER? Me hopes you're okay, Farm.
Yeah. Oh, off I go to wait. If stream's still running when I have results, I'll tell you. If it's private, don't. I'm just saying for the record. Medical records are kind of like important, and like private things. So maybe keep the details of the diagnosis to yourself.
Nah, shoot me the shit in DM. I want to see.
I'm a nosy bastard. Tell me.
Palantir pays by the gallon. Come on, baby.
Good lord. Alrighty. Man. Alright, so back to me thinking about, like, games that would be funny to play because they're bad. I've already done that in the past. For certain stuff.
I was saying earlier, what about... It's not bad per se, but it's mortifying at times. Scorn?
Scorn?
No,
I'll,
that one's not really
well-
bad. It's more just gross.
yeah.
I'm
It's
gonna
more
look
just,
up
like,
Scorn
unpleasant.
because I probably know it. I just don't remember it.
Well,
It's
go
more
use
just
the mailing.
unpleasant.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Ebb Software. When did this come out?
Not that long ago.
Oh wow. What? Hold up. I must have seen. Yeah, I think I've seen
you-
some footage of Scorn. Wasn't this like
It
they were-
was in development since 2014, and it came out 2022. And I wish it got DLC. It never
Damn.
did though.
Ah, yes. I believe I saw some of the teasers for this that were showing up in like, you know, the award cycle and whatnot.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's not haha funny bad or anything. In fact, I don't even think it's bad. I think it's just
It's just mortifying.
a mortifying game that exists that's there. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I would go in for that. God, I just don't.
Oh,
I don't buy
Pathologic.
that.
Pathologic isn't bad, but it kicks you in the nuts the entire time you play it.
I'll try and think of some more bad games, but it is getting a bit late for me, so I'm gonna go and do the EPs.
That's
Ooh.
fair.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. I'll probably be finishing up the stream sometime pretty soon because we're starting to get up to like the 12-hour mark here.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I'll see you
All right.
later, everybody. Have a good night.
Peace to you.
Have a good one, Pierce. Thanks for popping in.
Yay. Bye.
If you
Um,
wanted to play Wolfenstein with me, a pretty notoriously bad Wolfenstein game is Youngblood, which is a co-op game.
I've never played a Wolfenstein game, and the furthest of my knowledge I have is the first one. Oh, I think
There's
this are-
also Zoocosis.
Dude, whoever is currently like monitoring my internet traffic, they're just gonna be like, "What the fuck are you looking up? What is this weird shit? What is Zoo? Jesus!"
It looks scary, but it's like chores simulator plus
cool.
an animal
Unreal
screams at
Engine
you
5.
occasionally.
So that means they have the polygons to make something really disgusting.
But they didn't really.
No.
And the animations they made for them aren't any better.
Oh darn!
Yeah,
For
That's
some
why
reason,
I'm like,
my
it's a-
images aren't popping up properly here. Come on,
that's why I'm like, it's a
show
funny
me the
game.
gore.
But you know,
What the fuck are they? Why does it have so many arms?
it's never explained.
What?
Take
No,
a
just
guess.
the arms just they're never explained.
I mean, it's like it's a parasite. Where's the parasite come from? Mother. What's mother? I don't know.
Great.
Okay.
Well, like
okay.
I'm looking at some of the creatures in here that all like the wide mouths and the creepiness in it. It almost gives me some vibes of like The Thing, kind of.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, like sort of like the weird body horror kind of stuff with with The Thing, and how it
Yeah.
would be like some creepy amorphous thing that like stretches and gets creepier and grosser.
Except it never really evolves past that, I'm afraid.
Ah, darn it.
Yeah.
I don't really do a heck of a lot of like horror or gross out type of video games. I talked about it a little bit earlier on the stream that like I got enough pent up anxiety and horror that just lives inside of my chest. So like
Yeah.
for me, I'm like, no, I don't need to spike my adrenaline. I'm gonna play something cozy with like a nice tea sipping video game. Not
There's-
literally, though that would be fun.
There's a few games that are like. It's not a bad game.
Muffin
but
says,
I,
I
think you-
just noticed the toaster there. Everybody comments on the front. Everyone's just like, oh, toaster, toaster. What does the toaster have that I don't? God damn it. I am distracted. It got toasted.
There's one game, Bippy. Hold on, I'm gonna send it to you. You need to see
Oh,
this.
yeah. Okay, let me take a look at this. What are you?
Why don't you tell the chat?
It's called Forklift Load. Dude, if I were still playing Snatcher Plays games, this would definitely be on the list. This is definitely one of those, like, here's a game that you hand to somebody if you want to torture them. It's just...
Yeah, Bippy?
Your name, John Forklift. Your mission. Carry these boxes and these crates. Wait. How are you lifting that entire car? I'm going to my Steam window real quick. Forklift load. Add to wish list. This seems like a good April Fool's game, I'm not gonna lie. This looks like I boot it up and then just don't talk about it.
There's a couple good games that I have in a playlist called I Don't Play This, and it's not because it's bad. It's just because it's not my kind of game, or I get bored. Like, I don't know. Let me see. Of Mice and Sand. That one's just boring. Not to be mean, but it is. I'm
Of
afraid.
Mice and Sand.
Got nothing to do with Of Mice and Men, I should add.
Weird.
Um,
Arc Systems. Interesting. Well, just taking a look at it. Oh, base building stuff. Okay. Yeah, I feel like my brain would immediately trail off on this one.
Yeah.
Again, bored. Next game.
The Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League.
What?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's a very bad game. For many numerous reasons. Just look up a video essay on it.
Okay. You know what? I really should have my own folder of I don't play this, now that I think about it.
Yeah, because we have so many fucking games. And then, like, there's so many games you don't play. But there's a lot of games that you occasionally revisit and watch, you know?
That's true. In my Steam library of many, many, many years, I have a total of about 526 games. Some of them are absolutely free experiences. Most are not. And I fear, like, I'm sure there's a way that you could probably, like, go into your settings and, like, look up how much money you've spent on stuff. I feel that road leads to madness.
Yeah.
I will not be doing it. It's like, I heard that apparently that's a thing you can do in League of Legends. Like, you can go and you can actually take a look at how much money you've spent on cosmetics. And I'm like, if there are some people that if they're smart, they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's the... I don't want to say that. That's a really great way to harm yourself. I was gonna say something way worse until I caught myself. I'm very tired.
That's amazing. I forget how do you even make a Steam folder of games? I forget. Is it you go to the home page and
you go to your library and then you question mark
collections?
You write
collections. There we go. Here,
Yeah,
I'm gonna make a new collection.
Okay,
I'm gonna make one of these. I don't play this. Nothing
This is a
against the
game-
game itself. It's just
yeah.
I just don't.
This is a game that I do like, but I think you would think is a bad game purely because of how tedious it is. Some of the deaths in this do not feel like they're your fault, but the scenery and the story that is unfolded throughout the world that you pass through is cool, and I like the alien designs. This game's just mean.
Planet Alpha. Oh, Team 17 published it. Okay. Developer was Planet Alpha APS though, which, whoa, ambitions.
Who are they?
I don't know. See, we had a conversation about this earlier in the stream. Kyle was showing me a game that he, what was that game? It was like a new pirate game. It's basically like, he says it's basically Black Flag, except all the good stuff about Black Flag without the Assassin's Creed crap. And I was like, ooh, that sounds really cool. And then I went to go take a look at the developers. The developer's name is literally the name of the game, and the publisher is literally the is the developer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, have they ever made anything before? And then I checked their discography. I found nothing. And then I'm like, all right, do they have a website? Their website section only linked to their YouTube. And I'm like, who the hell are you? What is this mystery team that's just making this random game that looks very AAA? Like, who's funding this? Like, every ounce of suspicious was just washing through me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Phoenix is saying, sorry I slept through most of the stream. No problem with that. You don't gotta apologize for that.
We have just been a podcast for like the past 5 minutes.
I mean, that's basically what the casual streams on Sundays are. It's just like me hopping in and being a podcast. Either by myself rambling like a madman, or with random people that just show up. Thank you, by the way. Hi. All right, let me see. What are games that I'm just like, I just don't play this? Or like, why do I have this in here? Well, I don't play Ark Survival Evolved anymore. But that doesn't really count.
You know what game you should play, but that is fun?
Huh?
White Knuckle.
Let me look that up.
White Knuckle is a
Spooky has
game
been
where
writing?
you...
Nice.
Oh. White Knuckle is a game where you climb up using only your fists.
I know
But
about
you
this
can
game.
also-
I've seen some Let's Players play this.
It's so good.
I think
so
it was in
good.
the call when you were talking about this, actually.
Yeah.
You know what? This itch is a funny corner of my brain, so I'm going to add this to my wish list.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking through any games that I have that you might be like, ooh.
Let's see. I have Brink.
Brink?
Here.
What is this?
I've literally never played. Like, when did I buy this?
It's free to play?
Is it free to play? Is that how I got it?
Yeah, it's free to play.
I don't remember it even being. How did it get in my inventory? How is it here? I don't think I ever actually played the game. Like, maybe I played it for 5 seconds and then never again, but I don't. What even? You know what? Perfect game. I'll add this to. I don't play this. Who are you? Why are you here?
Get out of my home.
I'll never touch this again. Actually, I know that there's a way that you can take games out of your library if you want to.
Yeah, but I never want to do that. Just in case.
Right. It's like, why get rid of it? It's a nice little thing on the shelf.
I tried to play High Guard today, and fucking antivirus thing, or their fucking anti-cheat thing was like, no, and then they were like, look up this on our website to see how you can play our game, and it's like the most obnoxiously complex thing to do. Sorry, Highguard, I'm not gonna go through like typing in Windows R and finding out my specific like BIOS and whether it's UIFSD or whatever. I don't care. I do not care. I don't care
Please
that much.
enter your Windows registry and modify these files.
Yeah, literally.
It's
like,
what do you? Go away.
go home. Go home.
Stop
Get
it.
out of my home.
Get some help. Yeah, no. I was complaining about it a little bit earlier in the stream today that like I haven't played Sonic Frontiers yet because Denuvo is in it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't think I want like level 1 kernel bullcrap sitting on my system doing God knows what. You know, like you can take your anti-piracy software nonsense and shove it.
Yeah.
And then the cracking scene may have, you know, performed a miracle recently, and now I'm playing the game on Wednesday. But hey, you know.
There's this game that I got for free on Steam at one point. You want a bad game to play on stream? There's this game called Caveman World, Mountains of Unga Boonga. And it's bad.
Caveman. Oh, okay. It's a whole $2.
I got it for a steal.
Oh, it's like if RuneScape gave no shits. Oh, gross. Actually, no, it's more like there's this one game that was on the SNES called Chuck Rock. It's like if they were like, hey, what if Chuck Rock except 3D 2.5D side scroller?
Yeah.
Actually, it's uncanny. It's almost that is exactly what they thought.
Oh, bless me.
Oh, bless you. Oh, Carl says, I love myself a bad, funny game. Yeah. I like it too, but I don't really like the idea of handing any of these people money is the problem. Even if it's $2, it's like, that's $2 you didn't deserve, buddy. What else do we have? Other games that I'm like, well, I wouldn't touch that. There's a lot of games in here that I'm just like, what? Why is this? How is this? Why? Where did they get you? I got a lot of memories from a lot of these things. Like, I remember when I used to mess around with FaceRig. Oh, that was a fun time with friends. We just goofed off and like put stupid faces on and like Skype, Skype calls and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then FaceRig made a subscription service with a new model of it, and we're like, no, goodbye.
Yeah.
I remember one of the first time that I showed up on the scene with this model, a lot of people were asking, like, is that FaceRig? And I'm just like, no. Get the hell out of here.
I have integrity.
Yeah, I have integrity. Get the fuck out. Let's see here. Oh, frickin'. All right. Goddess. That's being added to the I don't play this game. Now, do you know Goddess?
No.
Do you know Peter Molyneux?
Yes.
I remember I went out to, I think, PAX 2013, and I sat down, because I had nothing better to do, so I was just like, I'll just go to a booth, or like, I'll go to, like, a press conference. and the press conference was Peter Molyneux sitting down and showing his new video game that he was making called Goddess. And he was like pitching it as this amazing new game where you create new civilizations and you craft the lands that's around them, and you are basically their god, and you are creating life and new, basically just like hoity-toitying the ever-loving hell out of the game. And then nobody played it. And then they tried to make like a new version of Goddess, except it was like, a wartime simulator thing, and then nobody played that either.
Oh.
And I'm like, I spent money on this. Yeah. I fell for this stupidity. Oh yeah, somebody gifted me Goat Simulator. And I'm like, you wasted money.
Yeah.
I'd just like you to know, you wasted money. Oh, Phoenix was talking a little bit earlier. Hold on a second. Just finished cleaning my room and put fresh, clean sheets on my bed. Ooh, fresh. Before the stream, my dog immediately went into my room and put mud on my bed.
Oh.
Hey, that's all about. That's what it's all about. That's dog ownership 101. I don't remember when, but I bought the original Helldivers.
I remember when I did that. It was a good reason.
I think I played it with friends once, and then I was like, not for me. And then Helldivers 2 happened, and I'm like, oh, okay, this adds literally an extra dimension, and it makes me happy.
I remember pre-ordering Helldivers 2 and being like, I shouldn't, but it's Helldivers, and I love Helldivers, and then never regretting it ever. And then immediately, like, Synth and Ocean were like, I don't know. And then I, like, streamed it to them, and they immediately bought the game, and we had the most fucking fun possible.
Yeah! Democracy! For Super!
Man, I don't think Goddess exists on Steam anymore.
I'm fairly certain it doesn't, because, like, it didn't sell very well. And I'm sure Peter Molyneux was just like, oh, I don't make any mistakes. Nothing goes wrong here. Just get rid of this. Goodbye. It didn't happen. So, I still have Goddess on my system in the event I ever felt like re-downloading it, I guess. Ooh, I have all of the Mass Effect 1 and 2, the originals, which is kind of cool. And this was before EA started shoving their crap onto Origin.
Mm-hmm.
And then I stopped buying their stuff because I'm like, yay, more DRM, more garbage. Good stuff. Microsoft Flight Simulator. That was a mistake.
You know,
I should have never done that.
Game,
I wasted my money and I wasted my time.
You want a flight simulator that's kind of cool? I have it in my I don't play this.
Oh, okay.
It's Frontier Pilot Simulator.
All right.
Where you play as like a cargo plane that like goes from colony to colony delivering goods. But you're using like VTOL engines. So you gotta manually like land and pilot your ship.
Sounds good.
It's yeah.
I don't even know why I bought it because I'm not massively into flight sims, but something about Microsoft Flight Simulator and the fact that like it was just so detailed and you could take off from any airport and it was using like actual really hardcore map data and like the weather effects were really cool. And I thought it would just be like, my thought was, I was like, man, this would be a really cool stream to just sort of like boot up, goof off with a plane, and then just shoot the shit and be funny. Like,
yeah.
while cruising through the sky. That sounds cool. And I could like get a flight stick and everything too, so I could like control it manually like an actual plane. That's fun. And then I bought it, and well, I left a review on Steam. I think my review kind of like says it all. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, there it is. Let me just read the review here. Okay, there we go. I bought the game and I planned to do a live stream of it, which is true. I picked it up and then I spent a good 11 hours installing the bulk of the content through Microsoft servers. It takes about 100 gigabytes of data in order to make the game work. And like you're forced to download all of that before you can even enter the game properly. And you have to leave the game open for an extendedly long period of time in order for you to be able to like even download the stuff to begin with. Like Microsoft does that where they're like, no, we're not going to have this data get downloaded via Steam. We're going to use our servers because we trust our servers. And so, yeah, I finally managed to get all of that done, which took a period of about... Yeah, the total time I clocked was about 13 hours, but only 1 hour of that was actual gameplay. And then, right before I live streamed the game, there was like a new patch that had come out that was about 10 gigs. So I thought to myself, better start downloading this now. But then it had some weird download issue where it kept on crashing out. And then I went to go look up like solutions to it, which Microsoft themselves were not giving any solution to it. But the people in the forums were like, yeah, it seems like their servers aren't outputting stuff fast enough, and like they're bottlenecking people and like cutting connection to anyone who's downloading too fast. So we found that we can download the patch if we limit the speed of your connection to 1 megabyte per second. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm not gonna go into my computer settings and like limit my bandwidth down like artificially just so that I can download a freaking game.
Yeah.
And then eventually it just errored out and wouldn't let me connect, period. And so then I contacted their support page being like, I can't play your game. Can you please fix the thing? And so then I'd send them a message, and then it took several days for them to get back to me on it. And then I'd finally send them another one, and then they'd take like a freaking week to get back to me on it. Like, clearly everybody was having problems, and like their support page was just clogged. So it like I spent a good like 3 weeks of just on and off communication between somebody on their support team, and then finally I was like, man, is there any way I can get a refund on this, because this is pants. Turns out no, I'm screwed 2 ways. Number one, Steam doesn't give refunds to anything if you've played 2 hours of the game. I had to keep the game open for 10 hours just to install it. So I'm SOL there. Also, technically they could like maybe make an exception if it's like some weird outstanding problem. But then they also cut you off after about 2 weeks of owning the game. Like once you own a game for 2 weeks, that's it. They're not gonna give you a refund, period. And which is great because I was on support for 3 weeks. So I'm just sitting there like, oh, good to know that I've been scammed.
Yeah.
Microsoft Flight Sim is basically a scam. That's great.
Yeah. A game that I am thinking of getting is Flight of Nova.
Flight of Nova. Let me look that up.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like a flight sim, but you travel from orbit.
Ooh, okay.
And there's like multiple ships you can use, and you know, you have to account for temperature and whatnot.
Oh, that looks cool.
Yeah.
Taking off from the... Oh, man, this reminds me. There was a game I was going to play. What was it? Here. Where do I got... VR and... Is there a flight category? I don't know. I'll probably find it. There was a VR game that I remember I was going to play at one point. Yeah, Elite Dangerous. Ooh, so I bought a flight stick, and I also have like a VR headset, and I got those because I was like, I want to be fully immersed in like a space flight simulator. And I've never gotten around to playing Elite Dangerous with the flight stick in VR. Well, actually, no. I did play it in VR once, but never with the flight stick. And then I think I just got distracted by Butterfly or something. And then just never play. But like the short amount of time that I played it in VR, it was super freaking cool. Because like you're in the cockpit and like flying.
Yeah. If my computer could run it, I would probably play it more. Just as a cargo hauler or some shit.
And also, Muffin says that they added some art to the magma. I see it actually. Hold on. All right, so we got more definition on the jellyfish, and then we got this squiggly little guy.
Yeah, Krabby Patties.
And then there's Tenna, because there needs to be a Tenna. Look at him. He's just like, look at the goofy goober. He's just hanging out. Yay. There we go. He loved jellyfish watching. I mean, I would. If jellyfish were real, I'd love watching them.
I wish jellyfish were real.
Same. There's only one. I was just like, this is going to go one of two ways. Someone's going to lean into the joke, or someone's going to be like, you're a fucking idiot.
Both are acceptable.
And both of them will be like, yay, comedy has happened.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired.
That's fair. Oh god, I was streaming a lot longer than I was expecting I was going to. Good lord. I kind of got like stuck in on the whole like video game thing. Cool. I'm gonna keep sorting my stuff though, because like it's actually kind of fun to look through this and be like, why do I own you?
Yeah.
Smoky smoky. Well, let me go to the end screen and just talk about what I have plans for the next week, shall I? Alrighty. So, plans for this week, everybody. Like I mentioned, I'm thinking next Wednesday I'm going to dive into playing Sonic Frontiers, which I've been waiting a very long time on. And hey, now that apparently there's some IDW connection with Sonic Frontiers, perhaps now people will actively start. Thank you for throwing things at me. I appreciate that. Anyway, maybe there will be people interested in watching people play Sonic Frontiers. I don't know. Hooray! Thank you, Muffin. Thank you, Spooky. I'm off screen. You can't see the celebrations happening. Hold your bits. All right. So there's that. I will be diving into doing some more Silk Song, and that's going to be happening on Saturday. And sorry for not doing the stream previously. Like, I had some. I was really tired, and also like, like the previous day, I had some really exhausting thing happen, and I really wasn't up for streaming. So, thank you for the understanding on that one. Oh, question: is Marketoto still streaming, or?
Let me check for you.
Ooh, they are. Okay, good. I was like, I've been. That was a while ago. I'm not sure if he still would be. All right, then I guess we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna raid out to Marketoto after this.
See you.
Yeah, he's currently doing some Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Anyway,
Okay.
yeah, come back here next Sunday, and we'll be doing like some more casual, chill sort of hangout and talking. Also, one final thing, just as a reminder, we're going to do at least one watch party. I might do it twice if I'm feeling saucy. I don't know. But we're watching Back to the Future in my server, so if you feel like watching some prime 80s cheese, that's happening over there. It's one of my favorite frickin' movies, so I hope to see some of you guys show up there. Alrighty. And with that, let me go ahead and press enter on Raid. Ooh, it says that this channel is intended for mature audiences. I'm very curious what exactly that means and what he does, but keep that in mind, I guess.
He doesn't. He isn't. He's just chill.
Like I never got that that vibe from. He seems kind of chill.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take off, and both in the Discord call and also on the stream. So thanks for hanging out, show. It's been fun.
Of course. See you later. Wow.
Okay. See you later, everybody.